Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the stream. I'm Michael, I'm Alfred, hey Bill Brothers, hey PF Dennis, hey Drifter and Sebastian, and Hacks Potato and Vince Wall. Happy New Year. I hope everybody had a safe holiday and is ready for some building today. Charlie's ready for some, yeah. So we'll just do this. Hey DJ Natty, hey Jeff, hey Ryan, hey Andres, Dark Neutrino, Troy, Poity, hey Bruno, Panzerkaden. How are we doing? Toho's, PF Dennis, and Barnyard. Hey Scott. Charlie has been, I mean, he hasn't given up. He's been very, he wants right here. This is where he wants to be all the time. Not all the time, but often. Hey Drifter, hey Zep, Jordan and Derek. Let's see, I hope I'm ready today. We're back to the Tridex build. We are going to finish this off, not today. We won't finish this today, but we will make some progress and we are going to go until it's done. There we go, good cat. Hey Marcus, hey Gerard, hey Pex Peppers, hey Thomas, thanks for being a member for 8 months. Happy 2023, gotta get used to riding a 3 instead of a 2. Hey Mike, hey Eric, hey Jacob. Oh, what do we have? Oh yeah, so, we started this a couple of streams ago. This will be the 3rd stream. But every stream we'll be giving away a roll of Polymaker Filament. I'm just gonna keep, for now, I'm gonna keep my same rules. I'll do it at the 3-hour mark, or end of stream, whichever comes first. And you must be present to win. So I am gonna put a link here, and the link is also in the description. Oh. Pin that message. So, just got the Tiny T serialed. Awesome. Hey Tohos, member for 8 months. Thank you. Happy New Year, Steve and Charlie. Hey Wolfgang. Hey Chikaro. Hey Steven. Hey Dark Neutrino. Wow, such a long time now. It's been a while. We're coming up, well, I mean, it's a few months until a year of memberships. Hey Polar Ted. I thought you were gonna be, are you gonna be around today? I see the messages before stream. Hey Ronald. Hey Chris. Member for 8 months, thank you. Happy New Year. Hey Little Brat, hey BBs. And Blackstone and Rod. Oh boy. So, Tridex. Tridex is, this is a project that I knew at the beginning wasn't, oh, there goes Charlie. We might as well get a view of this. Hey, Tommy. Parrot Charlie, that's how 2023 had to start. And Monkey Jim Charlie, he's after something. Hey Lester, thanks for being a member. Same Maker Source, thank you. Holy moly. Your build vlogs helped a lot with my 2.4 build. Awesome, I'm glad, Bo. Oh, you can't even see him. He is really up there. You having fun, Charlie? I mean, 15 and a half years old. He's doing pretty good. Let's get this back about where we want it. Oh boy. Much delayed family Christmas party, but I'll watch later. Awesome. Hey Justin 3D. Oh yeah. That's a original iPhone. Clinton, thank you for becoming a member. Testing frame stability, yes. Need to build frame just for Charlie now. He was climbing on it earlier. I had it on the floor while I was prepping some other stuff. Hey Bardicus, glad to catch this one live. This build series is giving me ideas and inspiration. I can't wait to have this build done, honestly. The hope is to start doing, sprinkling in some two-color prints in upcoming builds. So, oh boy. Golden Jaguar, welcome, and thank you. Friendship Lights, thanks for subscribing. Don't let Charlie test the tri-bent frame stability when it's rebuilt. I should let Charlie test it. It needs to be tested, right? Oh boy. Printed all my tap parts yesterday and rewatched your tap stream. This one is coming, that is this coming weekend project. So be careful with the 24 volt sensor. It's still not 100% what's going on. I'm running the 24 volt sensor that I installed on the tap stream is running, and I have 35 print jobs done, a mesh before every print, but I never turned that printer off. So I don't know. I saw some chatter that it might have something to do with some power on off. I could be misunderstanding what I was reading, but I have one running the 5 volt sensor and one running the 24, and both of them are working fine for me. That's just for me. That's not educate yourself. Hey Joseph. Hey Dark Sky. Hey James. Andres, thanks for gifting the memberships. I watch all your shows, but this has to be the first time I got it live. Oh, awesome. Oh boy, Charlie is... This is his happy place. Oh, I'm torn. I have a V2.1 PCB waiting for install. Yeah, I'd power it up at first and see, just make sure, pay extra attention to pin out on these. Don't assume that it goes straight through, that pin for pin, it's correct on both ends. Check the silk screen on your board, check it on your tool head board or your controller board. Take that extra amount of care on making sure you have the pin out right, because these will pop if you wire them backwards. And that is, I wouldn't call that a fault of the board. If you wire it backwards, it's a small board. There's only so much circuitry you can fit on there. What's that behind me on the switch wire bed? Oh, that's just a carriage, a switch wire carriage, just an extra one I have. My 24 volt would not trigger, and while testing, the MOSFET let the smoke out. Yeah, so I hope there is a thread on the Discord. If you can post on there your experience and what you did, that would help. So, by the way, Steve, growing the beard out again. I like that. Back to 2020. Well, we'll see. It's really how tolerant my wife's going to be, and myself. We'll see. We'll see how long it lasts. Yeah, don't hot plug that. That's right, Dark Neutrino. Guys, don't hot plug that. BT doesn't help with their setup. Fly gets it correct. Oh, okay. What toolhead PCB did I use on the Tridex? I'm using the Mellow Fly SB 2040s. Maybe not Fly. The Mellow SB 2040 CAN toolhead boards, and hopefully we'll get to a point of configuring those today. So, Stephen Clark, thanks for gifting the memberships. And Danny, Happy New Year to you too. Is it possible with modification to use a 5 volt tap on the one-piece stealth burner PCB? Yeah, you just need to get 5 volts to it. So, I don't think 5 volts is on that PCB by default. You should be able to grab it from the, if you run an extra line from the NeoPixels, grab it from there. You just need to get 5 volts to it. Okay, hey Joseph. I did my SB 2040 today, it went all good. Yeah, I'm gonna be following some instructions that Polar Ted has worked on. I have installed an SB 2040, I did it in the purple Trident. a month ago or so, using his instructions, and gave some feedback on them. So we'll be going through them again today. So hopefully it's smooth sailing. Buddha, thanks for being a member. Hey John, welcome. So let me see if I can let Charlie down and he settles in. Sorry, cat. Oh. Let's get started. I went for the 5-volt tap sensor. 24 volts seemed a bit much for me for a 3.3. It's fine if we figure out what's going on. There's a lot of, I mean, our inductive probes are all run off 24 volts. So everything has 24 volts at the tool head already. Not everything has 5 volts. So, we're gonna do not just wiring and firmware. We're gonna put the bed on. We're going to assemble the back panel hopefully onto it. So, hi Sean. You got any issues with hot driver in there? So Bruno, the SB2040, its internal temperature sensor was reporting 80C. I touched the chip. It was nowhere close to 80C. So something else is going on there. It's reporting a temperature that's much higher than what it actually is. So. Okay. Tridex, let's get to Tridex. So for those that might be coming into this build in the middle, Tridex is a IDEX setup that Eddie, the engineer, member of the Voron design team, and the custodian of Voron 1.8, before he was gracious enough to let me continue that series into Trident. Eddie developed this setup. It's an IDEX setup, independent dual extruder setup based on the Trident platform. So we have the triple lead screw Z setup and a gantry that's based on the Voron gantry, but completely redone. You need an entirely different belt path system. It is what they call a something. Let me see, what did we call it? Well, I can't remember right now, but there's a motion system that you put in Clipper that identifies this. We have independent steppers. There's 4 steppers back here for the gantry. There's 1 for each side for Y. So this will auto derack. So there are 2 independent limit switches for each Y. So this will home to Y until both trip, which will auto derack the gantry, and then a stepper each for each tool head. And then each of those X steppers in conjunction with its Y stepper is what gives you the tool head motion. Hybrid Core XY. Thank you, DJ Danny. I was drawing a mental blank. Where you see those temps, is there a way for it to spit up the driver temp, or the MCU temp? So Bruno, I was talking about the MCU temp. I touched the MCU, it was not hot. I have not checked the driver temp. Does the Tridex have individual tap per stealth burner or still on the older probe? So I know people are working on tap toolhead setups or carriage setups for the Tridex. However, I'm not going to be running anything like that. Those are still in development, being worked on. There is not a lot of room here, and you have to have for the. Let me see if I can get an angle in here that will show it. You have to have a pass through for one of the belts. So if you see this belt here is passing through that carriage, that belt doesn't move when the carriage moves. If you can see that right here. You see the other belt stays in place. So you need room for that pass through, and tap is such a dense stack up of parts. You can't immediately It's not, there isn't an immediately great solution for that, but people are working on that. And I haven't paid a lot of attention, so I don't know what solutions have been out there, but. How are we doing on music? Everybody hear the music? Everybody see the Polymaker filament drawing? It is worldwide. So, let's see. I have a question about tap. The tap is heavy, or at least heavier than a vanilla soap burner. Isn't it worse for performance? Technically, sure. But with input shaper and reasonable print speeds, your preference may vary. I don't have any complaints about it. I have a work in progress mod for double tap. Cool. I will definitely, this can evolve over time, but right now I'm building it as Eddie has developed it. He has done a wonderful job on the gantry and the way this works. Things go together well. We're going to be using his default profile today. Configuration, we'll go through all that. I've done a little bit of prep on it, so you don't have to watch me reach across my camera here typing in GPIO pins. We will have to do that for the tool head boards though. I got it done for the Fly Super 8 board that I'm using, but we'll have to do that for the tool head boards. I don't hear music, but I'm running volume low right now. Okay. Okay. Music is fine. Awesome. And let's see. We have entries into the filament drawing. We don't have enough entries. It is worldwide. And you get to go out to their website and pick what you want. There are some restrictions. You can't pick their carbon fiber nylon 12. But just about a lot of the rest is fair game. Any of the PLAs, ASAs, TPUs, all that. Hey, Sanity. Welcome. Robert Ward, thanks for becoming a member. Okay, where are we? Finish up the rest of the printer here. Let's put no, I take it back. I don't have an easy way to secure the bed to the frame, and the Mandela kinematic bed mount setup I'm using here, I would have to use a clamp or something to hold it down to the bed. So let's not do that. Let's work on tool head boards. We can work on putting the X chain and stuff, get ready to where all we have to do is set the bed in place. So let's do that. Let's put the X chain in, X wiring, and get those all built into the, wired into the control board. They have dual color silk PLA now. I saw that. The shirt should stay clamping and easy. Well, we are going to be doing some crimping today, so I figure it was an appropriate shirt. What issue would it have to use smaller rails for tap? Smaller than MGN9, if you're thinking like MGN7, there's just not enough there to keep it stable. Okay, I have boxes of parts here from the rebuild. I've got a bed that I did replace the magnet on, so that's a genuine Graviflex magnet on there from Germany. The old magnet had actually delaminated, come loose. The adhesive had failed, so I had to replace it anyway. Oh yeah, so this is from Nero 3D's shirt merchant store. So you go search for Nero 3D, you can find the links for this shirt. Okay. I have can wiring here. Mello supplied like 10 feet of wiring with their tool head boards. So it ends up getting a little unwieldy to manage. So dual color is fair game. Dual color is fair game. I'm hoping to be able to do dual color with this well, so I can add it to builds going forward. Graviflex does have a smell to it. That's true. I don't find it offensive, the smell. I just received a spool of blue-green dual color silk PLA that I want in Polymaker stream. Awesome. So these boxes of parts are not entirely organized. So you have to bear with me on what is that the Z chain? Got Z chain and got the lower mount, and that's there. Is it, I wonder if it's probably the adhesive that you're smelling. I mean, at least that's a guess. That's it. Let's see if I have anything over here we're gonna need. I'm pretty sure, well, I'm gonna need the wiring, the Z wiring, and I think here's my ground wire. I'm going to try some mixed rigid TPU IDEX prints. Not sure what I'll print, but something with hinges likely. Awesome. I wish I had some good orange nylon sleeving. I couldn't find anything that I thought would match with this, so I got some generic, just black with some white or silver accents on it. Don't forget to do your duty and press the like button. We'll see how the can wiring goes today. It'll be interesting. Okay, here's a couple of the dead heater wires. Belts. This is a tangled mess of wires, that's for sure. That might be the heater. Oh, I know what that is. Okay. That's LED. The Bowden pass-through, the standard filter has only single PTFE pass-through. Sanity's trying to see, she's trying to skip ahead. Okay, I think this is my thermistor wire. I've got all the old stuff and trying to mix in with all the new stuff. What else do I need? I need a Z end stop wire. Wherever that ended up being, that's probably this one. Yeah. And I might have to extend some of these, and it probably will be just extending them. That is thermistor. I think the rest of this is tool head board. I think. We'll set this over here. You're trying to help. If I want to install a Pi 3 in the new kit from LDO, stack with the Pico board or separately like the Zero. I would do it separately. Oh, with the Pico board, I'd still do it separately. Myself. Okay, this is... Yeah, that was the Z chain. Just add 2 exhaust filters and 2 Bordens. Colin, thanks for gifting the memberships. Marcel, I mean the V0S1 build. I would still do them separately. If it was me, I'd do them separately. Sandy's doing her helping role in Discord Justice, of course. Brew roll. Okay, these are both, I think these are both fixed. So we are good there. Let's lay our wires. We have fix up the ends of these wires, and then we are going to go, I think, here and here. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. These are our wires. This is the long one. The long one goes into the end here. Hey, Mike 4D. Hi, Phil. So that's gonna go there, tug. That one's gonna go in the first one, tug. So we are, there we are. So the Wago, little Wago mount here for the bed wires, and then these are gonna come across here and zip tie here. When we get to that point, we have a ground wire that's gonna come through here and bolt to the bed. And then pretty sure this is our end stop, Z end stop wire. PF Dennis, thanks for gifting the memberships. Typing M mutes the stream on the receiving side. I dropped a tool and it muted. Oops. Welcome all the new members. Okay, so go across the top here. Looks like that's the correct wire. We may have to extend some of these. I'm hoping not to have to run all new wires. Oops, it's the other way. That's why that was. Okay, so that's there, and then that's there, and then we just need the thermistor. Ground and thermistor. Ground is gonna go up here. Hey, Mitchell. Hey, Major Gamer Geek. Hi, Martin. Steven, thanks for coming a member. So my, you can see here, my thermistor wire, the bed that I happen to be using in here, I ordered special with a PT100 temperature sensor. I would not do that again. If I was doing it again, I'd do a PT1000 or just leave the regular beta, generic 3950 in there or whatever. But I don't want to remove the silicone heater. I'll continue using the PT100 on here. Hey, Tezza. Hey, Adamin. Thanks for your videos. Finally got my V0S1 printing this morning. Awesome. Congratulations. CAN wiring is so much easier and almost just as expensive as 14 extra PTFE wires to the tool head. I'm not spending 2 extra hours of TDS wiring anymore. Yeah, I'm gonna be using the wire that came with the SB2040 boards, so that'll be interesting. Hi, Elf. Okay, so let's get these, oops, go here, get all these wires dropped in. Dropped in and start closing the latches on the chain. Michael, thanks for coming a member. First live I've been on, but grateful for all the 2.4 videos as I'm building mine now. Awesome. Thanks, Extra Mile. Okay. I don't think I could be missing something, but I think we're okay. We can always redo it. Okay, now I'm gonna need some M3 flathead hardware. 4 of them. Okay, and driver. So. What do we have here? Michael, thanks for gifting memberships. Let's get this started. And then we can flip this around. Go like that. Hey, Ulrich. Finally starting my tap build tonight along with the afterburner and many upgrades. I always watch your videos whilst tinkering, and I got to do that live this evening. Awesome. Okay, then we're gonna run all these through the hole in the deck panel. And put this here. Let's go ahead and fasten this first. Why not? Oh, I grabbed the wrong M3s. I grabbed M3 by 8s, not M3 by 6s. Jester, thanks for becoming a member. Oops. M3 by 6s instead. I work at YouTube video creator company, so that's, oh, yeah. Oh, I am amiss. I am amiss. We've got Charlie cam opportunities. Let me get this set up. Oh. I think we're good here. There we are. Pillow Charlie, yes, I forgot. I forgot. What did Charlie get for Christmas? So there's a Secret Santa thing, and Charlie got a cool little toy from someone. I'll show you here in a second. It's kind of neat. Let's see if I can get to it. a little powered, has lights, and turn it on and set it somewhere, and in a second here it'll take off. It's kind of neat. He chases it, he likes it. There we go, turn that off. It's like a pillow on a pillow. Yeah, he is snug. Okay, put all of these in here. So here, there we go. Oops. Nice set of cans on the wall behind Charlie. Can't quite tell the brand. What do we have? Cans on the wall. Oh, those are those are just the Logitech Pro X. Logitech Pro X. They work really well. Battery life is amazing. I really require wireless headphones. I move around too much, and if I'm gonna, I'm not sitting at my desk usually. I may be sitting there, but then I need to go up and check a print or something. and wire just does not cut it. Okay, these are gonna come through here. These are gonna come through here. Now I'm really worried how much I'm gonna have to extend some of these to reach the control board. So this is kind of a test to see what's gonna have to be extended. Are there any vendors selling Sparta 3D filament in the EU? I don't know. Hey, very cool. Happy New Year's. Steve's video, I doubt a majority of even experienced Voron builders will manage it. What are we talking about? All plastic parts on my Logitech Pro X just crumbled apart. Really? I've had those for well over a year without any trouble. Hopefully I don't. Get the last screw in here. Go. On my top one's doing okay, so I'll leave it. Hey, Brian. Okay, let's see where we're at on wire lengths, because we're pretty close. We need this wire can come up a bit. We're pretty close to where these are going to end up being here. We are discussing the tap manual. Oh, okay. And I think this comes across, and I think we're okay there. So let's see what we have on the bottom side. Okay, we've got to get from here to here. This the bed wiring I think will be fine. This goes here and this goes here, and then ground goes over here. So we're fine there. Now we have a thermistor that has to reach another several inches. So maybe I'll just, I want to keep it away from this area. So maybe I'll just extend it around here and extend it about 10 inches. So I'm gonna cut and extend wires here. I think a lot of this might get cleaned up over time as I tweak things. So, and then I think the same thing, I'm gonna bring this, I'll just bring it around the back side of here. And that needs to be extended about a foot, maybe a little more. So the end stop wire and the thermistor wires need extended. The ground, all the AC wiring is all fine. So that's good. I'm currently converting my Ender 3 V2 to switch wire, and I'm following your past live stream to build, and I'm extremely confused. Uh-oh. Ender 3 V2. Oh, well, the V2 is a different animal. So there is a Ender to switch wire conversion thread on the Discord about how the LDO pancake motor should be wired to the stock Ender 3 V2 motherboard. I want to ask you if you had any tip guides on how to do it. The stock Ender V3 motherboard, you're just gonna wanna make sure that it's gonna be probably the pairs of wires on the stepper. You wanna make sure you get the pin out correct. I don't know what exactly to tell you, but it may be a different order, I don't know. Yeah, there's a sub thread to the switch wire channel. And I bet you somebody there is doing the same thing you're doing. Okay, there. Let's go ahead and break out the extra wires and the soldering iron. The board has the same wire order. The Creality motors are different. Okay. How long do I need? Aha. I think this might have been the same wire at some point. It's the same gauge and it's twisted the same way. I think I'm gonna reuse it. I think that'll be enough. Oh yeah, that's plenty. Okay. Ever considered reverse inverted electronics bay a mod? Like the Doom setup? or like the panel, this being on the bottom and the top panel being removable. I've seen it. I don't really, obviously when I'm working on a printer, it's not super convenient, but usually they're sitting over there printing. This is a Mellow Fly Super 8 controller. With CAN toolhead board, you can now use a cheaper 5-driver board. Can I? I need 4 steppers for the gantry, 3 steppers for the Z motion. So I need minimum of 7 that aren't on the tool head. So this is a 9-stepper setup. So, yeah. Okay, this, I had already spliced this, it looks like, at some point for just a little bit. So I'm gonna cut this right behind. If I cut it right behind, let me make sure I'm not shooting myself. Ooh, it's just right, okay. We'll cut it right behind so I don't have 2 splices in here. I still have just 1. Okay. Normal Trident is 5 + 1, yes. Hey Keith, welcome. I just got started. Just barely. Okay, strippers. Do we have a, I guess this is about as reasonable a view as you're gonna get on this stuff. Heat shrink. Oh, Charlie turned around for you. Heat shrink. And glasses. Go on this side. I'm staggering the joints a little bit. There we go. Okay, soldering stuff. Mellow also has a 9-stepper board, but CAN is just better for dual tool head. Yeah, that's a lot of wires on the gantry. CAN is a good idea for this. Thanks for your response on the V0S1. Jason showed me there's a cover for the PSU on their repository. Oh, okay, awesome. I must have missed that, or it's new. I must have missed that. Thanks, Ian. I'll double check that. Where can I get more info about SB compatible CAN boards? I'm gonna upgrade my V2.4 from Afterburner Stealth Burner. I think I want to make the jump to a CAN USB board. This SB2040, does anybody else have one right now? I'm not sure. Solder, and that, and I think I'm good with that. How did Charlie? Charlie doesn't get bothered by fireworks. He did fine. I had more, well, I didn't have any problems with it, but it bugged me, kept me from sleeping more than it bugged him. I have the SB2040 with LGX light and works great. Awesome. I'm running 3 SB2040s now. I'll have 3 up and running once I'm done with this. Once this is working. I know I'm late to the game, but with this, so originally this Trident I built over a year ago. This is the first on YouTube build that I did, back right after we released Trident. So the frame and steppers and rails were from LDO, but the rest was self-sourced. There's a new Fizetic stealth burner can tool head board instead of the RP2040. Okay. Okay. Tinned wires. And this side. And I need to not forget the heat shrink. We had quite a bit of fireworks going off last night. It didn't last too long, or at least it didn't keep me up too long. So I feel like it's been worse in the past. Get some red heat shrink. Sure, Big Tree Tech will also make one similar to SB2040. It's a pretty lucrative market. Yeah, I'm sure. So how do you like the mellow boards? I have a ADC out of range air I keep getting on the Trident here. I'm not sure that it has anything to do with the mellow board, but I haven't figured it out yet, and it happens infrequently enough that it's been tough to troubleshoot. So, okay, heat shrink on here, and then let's get these. There, that'll hold those in place well enough to get them soldered on. I want a little bit more solder there. There we go. And then this one. There we go. There, perfect. Other than that, so I've set up an SB2040 from Mello on the Tridex or the Trident. I've set up the Gemini, the little 4-driver one, on a V0, and it seems fine. I don't have any real complaints. Other than that, I don't have any other experience. So the Fly Super 8 here. So Mello provided the SB2040 boards for this build. I bought the Fly Super 8 just so I could have another board of theirs to compare, and it kind of keeps everything in this board in this build as Mello. And I bought the CAN to USB board here. What UTC are you using for the CAN bus? This is the U2C, the Mello version. Oh, I have the UTC3, and the only difference is the U2C3 has the extra USB ports on it that we don't actually use. How was your Christmas? My Christmas was good. We had a quick trip to visit family, and then, yeah. I did put the heat shrink on here, so let's get that shrunk down. Oh. Okay, so now this can come back through here and just use that to control the wires since it's not easy to get third hand in there. Let's take this. This is going to come over here and go through these. We left all the zip ties loose on this build, which has been handy. So I'm just running this through the loose zip ties. It's gonna come around here and then plug in. So this is a PT100 and I'm using a PT100 step stick on here in the 8th slot. So it'll plug into a stepper port. Also, you in California, have a look at Ghost Town Living on here. I am in California, I'm in the Sacramento area. If you're going for an EBB 36 or SHT 36, get some 17mm brass M3 standoffs. For if you're using the pancake stepper on something. Okay. I noticed I missed a wire going through a thing here, so let's figure out which one was this. Let's see if I can get this through here. Okay, that come through here. I missed sending it through one of the zip tie loops. So I'm just cleaning that up before I forget. It got messed up here. Doop, 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 doop. That is one of the Y. And stops. That goes there. How do you think about conversion Trident to belted Z? I want a 350 cubed. Sounds like a good use for it. I have my V2s for belted Z, and I'm kind of partial to the Trident setup as it is for some reason. We have taped something like that at work. We call it monkey tape. The Tessa tape, is that similar to Tessa tape? Okay, now we gotta extend the nozzle probe end stop. So I need some black wire for that. Okay, how long are we gonna need? Come around here. Down here, probably about that much. Just your own version of IDEX. It is not. This is Eddie the Engineer's version. I believe, I hope, I have a link to his channel is linked in the description. He is also a member of the Voron design team. And yeah. Doesn't Tessa tape that cloth stuff used in automotive harnesses? It is. Maybe I was misunderstanding what was being said. Okay. That and these. We used it by another name, but it's not very nice. We'd use it for installation of wires when not able to use anything else. Hey, Johnny Boy Tech, welcome. Eddie did do V1.8. Yep. Eddie was the custodian of Voron 1 for V1.8. Before that, it was RCF. And then he was kind enough. We worked. I started helping with the v1.9, and he was kind enough to let me just run with it, and that's where we ended up with Trident. Didn't realize Eddie was on the Voron team. Is Tridex potentially going to become an official build at some point? I don't know. That's a good question. Why did my text disappear? Always wondering why it's never used Core XYU instead of using 2 motors for Y. I'm not sure either, but I trust Eddie's. I'm basically just kind of, he's been working on this for a long time, and I've been wanting to build it for a long time. So I haven't even tried to get in and do any development work on here. I've given tips, I've found a couple of things and given feedback on it, but it's not a build that I'm just kind of following his lead. Okay, we're going to cut this. Is there going to be a Voron 0.2, and is it going to be a revision, or is it going to be more significant? I keep hearing about Voron 0.2. Well, you don't have to keep hearing about it for all that much longer. That's when it all got downhill, yes. Okay, tinning the wires. Was it the Open Builds 2020 slot covers that you liked? Yes, the Open Builds 2020 slot covers I love. They work great. The Voron Live on January 7th is rumored to be V0.2. Rumored. It is rumored. Something might happen on the 7th. Oh, did someone hit the emoji bug? Yes. At the end, if you end your comment in chat with an emoji, a smiley face, whatever, hit space after that, and that'll fix it. If you end it without a space after that, it only puts the emoji, and it's the most frustrating, annoying thing ever. Not ever, but it's pretty frustrating and annoying. Why are you building a big IDEX solid fork? I don't know. Maybe one day someone will come out with a 2020 solid fork. That'd be pretty cool, huh? Yeah, there's an ant. We've been battling ants with the rain. Whew. Okay. Hey, Alexander, my 2023 is about 3 hours in. It's great so far. Pretty sure Eddie went over the pros and cons of XYU and alternative motors on one of his early Tridex videos. Oh, awesome. Yeah, link to his channel is in the description if you want to check those out. I'd like a 2020 Micron. There's a GitHub for that. If you go out to the Micron GitHub, there's a page for a 2020 Micron. Where can I find the filament spool holder side for SwitchWire? There is stuff in the SwitchWire repo. If you're looking for the mods that I've done, links in the description for my GitHub and my user mods GitHub. And between those two, you'll be able to find them. Hey Tiger, Happy New Year. Okay. Let's do this other trick here, just controlling these wires through this hole in the SSR worked pretty well. There's one. And there's two. Now heat shrink. Hey Pied, Happy New Year. Pulled my V0.1 apart to put in the lighting. I'll just wait now. Yeah, it's probably smart. Allegedly, maybe. Considering another build to go with my 2.4 R2, I don't want to deal with 1515s. Trident sounds like a great idea. Hope everyone here started their new year with 3D printing something. I don't think I have any. I had things that printed overnight. So we had quite the, at least for California level, we had quite the storm yesterday. Lots of wind. I lost pieces of fence I'm gonna need to deal with. And we actually lost power for about 10 seconds last night. And in the area, there's major outages. 143,000 people or something without power yesterday. But I'm in a slightly different area. I'm across the river from Sacramento. So we maintained power except for a very short, like 10-second window. I had prints going that was prepping for this stream today. And fortunately, within like half an hour before that, one printer finished. And during the outage, the other printer was still printing, but it's the one printer I have on a UPS. So I got lucky. I got lucky. I would be building my Trident, but I had a blob of death on one of the Pruses. Ew. Danny, so with the Trident IDEX, do you need a larger frame? That depends on what kind of build area you want to end up with. I decided, because I already had the extrusions for it, I'm building this with the X direction extrusions from a 350 Voron. And the Y direction extrusions are from a 250. So this started as a 250 Trident. And I happen to already have a 350 frame for a Trident. So I took the 350, so now I have 350 wide by 250 deep, and that's gonna give me about 220 millimeters of usable area that both tool heads can hit by the 250 deep. Yeah, leading up to that power outage yesterday, we had the lights flicker, but it wasn't enough to stop any prints. So I was a little worried, but fortunately the one printer had finished by the time we hit there. I'm going to twist these wires just so they're easier to run. Sea builds in my part of NorCal, I had pretty bad flooding. I know parts of Lodi and Stockton and 99 had horrible flooding. Yeah, we had a lot of areas with flooding. My work parking lot was flooded. I'm curious, I checked my email because I work for a state agency that deals with water, and I checked my work email to see if things were blowing up, and so far nothing, but. Oh, is Max here? And where are we at? Oh, there we are. Hey, Max. Braid the wires, not twist. Yes, I will braid 2 wires. I will braid 2 wires. I'm just gonna there we go. Just a quick twist with the drill. Then we'll run these through. Run these through my loose zip ties. Okay. Something that's worth knowing, I had selected notify me for the stream, but hadn't actually logged into it yet and got a gifted membership before I even opened YouTube. Well, that's cool. It's called a twist drill, yes. I need a bigger room, 6 printers, full-size bed, and a 70-inch TV. Ooh. I'm basically out of room. I'm in a 10-foot wide by about 17-foot long single-car garage here, and I'm basically out. How much more rain do you need for it to start filling things up? I have no idea. I don't know what the lake levels are like compared to a week ago. Oops, dropped my solder. Okay, so we have this and this, and we need to crimp on some connectors. Hey Frank, welcome. So we are going to, this is awful. Can I get any better view on here? Because you can't see a darn thing I'm doing. Maybe I can work on, oh, there we go. That'll work. Time to start stacking your printers 3 high. I need to figure out how to get 4 V0s in a compact space in here so I can run them all at once. But that's a problem for later. Okay, we are probably gonna get a little sidetracked here because I am going to break out the engineer. I am going to break out the engineers. So, a very kind viewer, after my last rant on these Amazon sourced PA09s. So these PA09s I purchased from Amazon. They had gone on sale lower than I'd seen them before. And we tried to use them in one of the crimping builds for crimping in a build last month, and they absolutely sucked. And come to find out, these are not made in Japan. They have a different little locking mechanism, and they are not engraved with made in Japan on them. So if we look here, PA09, engineer, connector, crimping, pliers. We have, I don't know how much you can see there, engineer, PA09. These, it turns out, are made in Taiwan. I don't know if that means they're counterfeit or if engineer has a Taiwan-based manufacturing facility for these, but they build them different. And all of the pictures on Amazon's site for these, the picture of the crimper is engraved made in Japan on them, and they have the different locking style. I don't recommend, I'm gonna officially say, I do not recommend buying these from Amazon. Some people may have them and they're working fine for them. They are not, they're falsely advertising, basically. They're not selling. Some of them may. I bought from one source, but every one of them has the same picture. So I don't think it's worth the risk. I had a viewer send me these. These are made in Japan. These are also something else I notice here. These are marked as 2018 Engineer Incorporated. These in the same area are 2021. And I have not actually pulled these out of the packaging yet. So these are 2021. They also have orange handles. So, but these are engraved with made in Japan. All the other engraving is much more vibrant, much more bold. Now, though I have not even used these, I don't know if they're actually better. From Engineer PA09's reputation, I'm really hoping so. So we're gonna use them. That's what we're gonna use to do our crimps here today. And I'm gonna get an idea of whether I like them or not. So, something I was noticing, let me pull these back out. Something I did notice on the thing last time is if you look at the gaps in the jaws, they seem pretty significant. You see those? And if you compare those to my, so let's hold all of these closed. If you compare the gaps, there are no gaps. These are my iWis 2820Ms. If I hold these closed, and I'm holding both of them closed, there's no extra space there. And there's lots of extra space there. We look at these, holding them closed, there's lots of extra space. So I don't know if that's a problem, but it's a difference I noticed. Let's see, let me catch up. You may find you need to use different crimp with the PA09s than you would with the iWis's. Different technique, or? I would not hesitate to recommend buying the iWis 2820Ms. I've been using those for years and they're working fine. I only bought the PA09s because they were on sale, and that started me down this whole thing. So now we're gonna try some made in Japan. If you notice the lock is different as well. I kind of like this because I can use my index finger and unlock it as I'm getting ready to crimp. Yeah, I at this point, I would not hesitate recommending the iWis. Well, let's see how the genuine made in Japan PA09s fare. If your made in Taiwan PA09s are working fine for you, there's no reason to worry. They did not. I did not like the way they work. They caught, so when I was trying to catch the tabs on the terminals, they were catching and rolling the terminal. Like the machining on the inside of the jobs wasn't smooth, and it was catching on the edges of the terminal and rolling things around. It was not a fun experience. And I don't think it's a difference between my PA or my iWis being worn in and the PA09s need to be worn in. You shouldn't need to wear in a crimper. Do you need to have a 50% failure rate up until they work for how long? No, that's not okay. So. Is it sure a coincidence for this part of the stream? Absolutely not. I don't always try to match what I'm doing to my attire or what's going on, but any opportunity I get where I think about it, I will. Okay. We are gonna go for it. So let me see how we are for length here. We're way long. Well, not way long. Let's see, I might just leave them because the nature of this build, I want some extra length, so we'll just leave them. Let's go ahead and strip these. Charlie's getting ready to want to go out. Let me let Charlie out to shift the cameras around. Turn that one off. Okay. Good kitty. Will we get to power up the printer today? I sure hope so. We're an hour and 15 minutes in and I haven't gotten very far, but in my ideal planned world, we've got one more stream on this. We can go two more. I want to give this build what it needs. Okay, let's find out where we're at. Okay. Let's put these in. Okay, so that did not try to roll on me. It made a straight crimp. That was the immediate thing. If you go back and look at I was not expecting to have problems with those other PA09s. It should have been evident on that stream that that was not what I was expecting to have to deal with that day. But this, only 2 crimps in. It didn't roll on me. It's closing. Those 2 were fine. Like your coffee cup. Oh, this, I don't remember exactly. I think I got this from one of the Rep Rap festivals, but I don't remember exactly where. All the Steves have a thing for one more thing stream. I've been using an iOS 2549 ratchet and they seem to work well. I need to give ratcheting crimpers another chance because I've been on another related search is good DuPont crimpers because there is a very key difference between using these for DuPonts and using a proper crimper for DuPonts. And that's the insulation side of the crimp. These create a, they fold the metal tabs in on both the conductor and the insulator. And for DuPonts, that makes it difficult to do, for one, because the tabs on a DuPont insulator side go at an angle to each other so that they can roll around the wire instead of crimping this way. When you crimp it this way, it's hard to put them into the housings, for one. So I bought, and these aren't immediately available, you have to wait for these, but I bought the iWis SN 025s, and this makes a wonderful DuPont crimp. It's beautiful. It folds over tight. So yeah, those, I think these SN 025s, I only had to wait up like a week. It's not, I mean, Amazon's spoiling us, right? I couldn't get them in a day or two. I had to wait 8 or 7 to 10 days or whatever. But they have, if you notice here, the die doesn't have the M shape. It's round. And then on this side, it has that M shape for the conductor. Hey, Cronus. I just got the PA24, wait and see how they work. That insulator shape, if it has an M shape on the insulator side, it's the wrong crimper. Hi, Charlie. So, okay, back to here. Let's give the PA09s more work. Cut straight. Didn't try to roll. Fortunately, since I bought those, the other crimp go. Since I bought those Taiwan-made PA09s during the holiday season, I've had a very extended return window. So I don't have to actually return them until February. Oops. Oh, Charlie wants out again. Get him out here in a second. Okay, I have no complaints about that. I will try the old ones again today at some other crimp and see how they behave. Let me let Charlie out. Cleaning fused ABS from PEI sheets is so much fun. Cleaning ABS fumes from PEI sheets is fun, isn't it, Max? Are you still here, Max? It shows up very well on camera. Can't use acetone to make it softer. I've heard, is it acrylic that you don't want to use, like PE or IPA or whatever to clean the panels? It'll cause it to crack. But it does dissolve it well. I have, as far as DuPont crimpers, I also have these, which is a Hosen, which is another Japan-sourced crimper, and it has the round barrels. I like those Iwis ones better. These are spring-loaded, but not ratcheting, so. Crazing is the term? Okay. Yeah, fortunately I got these Hosens used. I got them from a friend. And I still want to try them once I get into, if I have to do a bunch of DuPont crimping, but they're quality, they feel good. I think I like these for DuPonts the best of what I've tried. Okay, let's get these plugged in and keep moving. So this is gonna go there. And those just need to go there. Oops, wrong way. There we go. That's where I'm going to put my Z end stop right there. And then we need a 4-pin. Grab the old one here. There we go. And then this just goes in the middle two positions. And then that's going to go through here and plug in right here. And this is a PT100 step stick, and I set the jumpers here for SPI mode. The rest of them are UART mode, but this one gets SPI. Now the LDO 250 is on its way. Will I need a wire crimper? I do not believe so. You might need one for the stepper motor, depending on if it comes with the Stealth Burner round stepper, it might need crimping for that. Hey KB3D, welcome. Time to see what my friends at Knipex have for crimping. The only Knipex, or the only Knipex, where do I have that? I don't know where I put it. I have a wire stripper that I don't use much. I have these for wire stripping, but I need to figure them out. I need to move them into my workflow. Why is there just one different step stick? So this isn't a step stick. This is just a PT100 adapter board that happens to go into a step stick spot. Hey, Pushing Plastic. Does anyone know a reliable source for the PA09s? Adafruit sells them, DigiKey sells them. I think I would imagine if you bought from those sources, you're gonna get the Japan sourced ones. Message a vendor on Amazon. See if they'll tell you, see if they'll guarantee that they're the made in Japan version. All of them have the engraving for made in Japan. None of them say exactly where they're from that I could find. Okay, the bed wiring. Oh, we got to do this side. So let's get that side of it done. I dropped a terminal down here. I'll have to find it later. Okay, yeah, that's good. Good view. Let Charlie in. Coming in, Charlie. Okay, what do we have? That one goes to, what is the, can someone remind me what's the live coloring? Is it blue? Blue is live, right? Brown is neutral? Blue is live, brown is neutral. Why just one module for PT100? Because I only have one PT100 thermistor. It's in the bed. Blue is neutral, brown is live. Okay, I'm glad I asked. Having electrician's pliers by Knipex saves me at least 30 minutes every time I do electrical work in the house. With those strippers, I slowly clamp the teeth onto the point I want to strip and then squeeze them quickly. Okay, if I go slow, it rips the insulation or only partially strips the wire. Okay, I'll try that. Brown is live. Brown is live because that's the color your pants will be if you touch it. There we go. I'm never gonna forget now. As far as plastic cleaning, this stuff works pretty well too. Castle Plexo. And it's anti-static. So thanks to Max for turning me on to this and giving me the can. Could have just glanced at where you wired the supply. You're right, Stephen. Thank you. You're right. I did miss that. I did miss that. Squeeze up in here. That's a little embarrassing, but whatever. Let's take this under some of these. There we go. All the way up in there, and a good tug. Then we have why don't we do this? I need a Phillips. There we go. Will this fit in here? Woohoo! Oh, that was the wrong Phillips. Need the bigger one. There we go. Sweet. It just came in yesterday. I ordered it. I think wave 4 is where it was. I am missing a wire. I need the short little pigtail from the Wagos to the from the Wagos to the SSR. Viewing blue is for live. Google IEC mains color. Ideally, your Yanks would use NEC instead of IEC though. I should have just looked at my existing wiring and confirmed, but I do not catch it every time. Where is... I don't know where that went. I should have a wire that's already cut and is the right length for that spot, but oh, I missed something. What do we have here? Florin, thanks for gifting memberships. Do you do the same as Nero and forget to get a bigger bit set? I did. I didn't buy anything extra. I didn't buy anything extra with it. Christopher Chaffee, thanks for becoming a member. Oh, we have 300 people here. Wow. Awesome. Hey, Andrew. Happy New Year to you, too. Happy New Year, Michael. Have some dinner. We'll be back in 30. Okay. Oh, what are we at? Okay. You got time. We're at another hour and a half before the Polymaker Filament giveaway. Remember, I should probably mention this a little more. There is a pinned link and a link in the description for giveaway for Polymaker Filament. We have a good number of responses. It is worldwide. Zuko, thanks for becoming a member. Okay, I need new wire then for this, since I can't find the old wire. New wire matching the old wire, at least. See if I have anything that's has stuff pre-crimped on it. No, not really. Okay. By the way, did you work out with your other printer since tearing your best working printer, the orange Trident, down? Any failures apart from power and the ADC out of range recently? The ADC has been an occasional problem on the Trident. Otherwise, it's been reliable. I've done a lot of printing with it. So the green V2, the purple Trident, and the blue V2 have all been workhorses for me recently. Hey, Collie. Okay, let's get this going on a little piece of, do a little piece of heat shrink here. And let Charlie out. Just a second. There we go. I like your wire management. It's a little haphazard right now. Thank you. It will clean up once I tighten these zip ties. I've left all of these loose so I can throw more wires through them, so I don't have to keep cutting and replacing zip ties. Maybe a dumb question, but there's a kit available for a Trident. Yes, many of the kit makers are doing Trident kits. LDO, blue, what is it? Blue rolls, or what's the other major kit maker? Hey, JP Gray, thanks for being a member. 7 months. East Power Engineering from Kenya, welcome. Okay, back to these, about 11 millimeters of wire exposed. That's the spec for a Wago. Formbot, that's the one I was trying to think of. Formbot. Yep, be sure to check out your local, wherever local is for you. The Lectors, the KB3Ds, the West 3D, DFH, Fabrico, Printed Solid. There are probably more. We are fortunate to have a whole bunch of really nice vendors, and the people that are running these places are really nice. What's the most ever spent on building a 2.4? I'm about 3,000, still nothing to show for it. My first self-sourced, give a little bit of a length here. My self-sourced V2, my first Voron, was in that range. It was ridiculous. But oh, let Charlie back in. You going in? There you go. Florin, what is a RON, R-O-N, 50, thank you. Will you put tap on the tool heads? Also for a Tridex, do you need a probe on each tool head or just for one? So I'm gonna use a, okay, hold on. Are we gonna be here in time? Oh, no, I want this one. There we are. Charlie's doing the cat thing. Anyway, for this build, you use one probe. It gets attached to the tool head 0. I'm going to use a Euclid. I'm going to use a Euclid with the clicky settings because Eddie's settings are set up with the clicky stuff, and I don't want to add an extra level of complication. Tap isn't set up for Tridex right now because of the way the belts have to run. Hi, Charlie. Maurice, member for 5 months. Thank you. Cat box must sit. He's not really, I mean, he occasionally does this, but it's not every time a box is out there, he doesn't have to sit in it. Need a, oh. Okay, where did I put those? Oh, Romanian currency. Okay, thank you. I like to know. I like to hear. I like to hear what it is. If I fit, I must sit. Hi, Charlie. Okay, oops. What do I got going here? What? There we are. Big crimpers here. Clicking macros have section for Euclid, very simple, and it works excellent using on my Micron. I'm the other factor there, Mike, and you're right, but the other factor there is I'm using old clicky macro setup because that's what Eddie's using right now. So part of the continuing use of this will be tweaking things, but for right now, we'll be using an old version of the clicky macros. I have the Euclid set up in the 90-degree configuration, so it should dock and everything in the same orientation as a, oh shoot, I just pulled that right off. It should dock in the same orientation as a clicky. See ya, Ian. I pulled the heat shrink off of here. I'm curious if I'll be able to get it back on. I'm not. I'll just put a new piece on. I just have the heat shrink on here to help keep this fiberglass insulation or the cloth insulation from raying. Did you take some new updated photos of the purple Trident for the Voron website? I should. I have not, but I should. Put that up in there, tight, and then right here. Yeah, the new configs I know have more options and whatever. We're just, for now, it's going to be set up with the old configs. Okay, so that can go back and just kind of snug over here. That goes there. All that is clean and good. Oh, we have a ground wire that needs to be hooked up. There we go. Okay, so AC wiring is all good. Z end stop is done. Bed thermistor is done. I think we're done with the wiring outside of the tool heads. So let's start routing and wiring up tool heads, I guess. Okay, so let's see if we can, maybe I can get this view. So tool head board is in here. I don't know if you can see that very well. This is the SB2040. There's a plug on the end here that has power and then the CAN high and low wires. I'm going to use one of these setups. So this is a little mount made by Heart K and I don't remember what the designation on these connectors are. It is PC7. So you get a pile of these for 10 bucks off Amazon. PC or PG7. One of those. Need to be online for the draw? Yes. And it's not at the end of stream, it's at the 3-hour mark. So that's my compromise. I require folks to be here for the draws, but I do it at a set time. So you don't have to wonder when I'm gonna end the stream and finally do the draw. I do it at the 3-hour mark. You're right, thanks Mike. I haven't wired the SSR trigger wires. That I could have done that while I was under there. We'll get to that when I get back under the deck. But you're right, I did forget. So this is a grommet compression gland. I'm hoping this works well. This is gonna bolt to right there and hopefully give me good control of the can wires. So I think I'm gonna set this down because we're gonna work on the wires. Oh, we're actually gonna want. I think I want this back up here because I want to estimate how long of wires I need. Let's see if this is the better view. Here we go. Okay, we are going to have wires coming from our tool head boards, coming to the back of the printer somewhere, and coming down to ultimately end up under the deck, right? I go back and check viewer logs to make sure you watch the whole time. Yeah. Make sure you're subscribed, make sure you're a member, right? I have 10 feet of can tool head wiring. So plenty of length come with these SB 2040 boards. I'm gonna just use the wire it came with, mostly because it uses this connector. Now these connectors are not proprietary, you can buy these. I just don't have any extras. You can order them on AliExpress. But it's like an XT 10 or 15, what is that? Combined with a small pitch DuPont style. So I'm gonna roll up this 10 feet worth of wire, and I'm gonna use the sleeving that I'm planning on using instead of that bundle of wire. So I bought this just expanded sleeving. I don't know how much of a pain in the neck this is gonna be, but I bought this to use. It's an XT30 2+2 connector, okay. Thanks, Alexander. What is the black panel made of? I like the matte black. So this is ACM panel from Printed Solid. So Dave at Printed Solid provided this for the build. Thank you, Dave. David. All of the panels originally for this build, Printed Solid provided the panels for it as well. So the clear and the panels all came from Printed Solid. Have you looked into IGUS chain flex cable for CAN bus? It's a bright green cable, but I guess it's supposed to be good with a lot of movement. I have. I have some. I have not. I have enough here. I'm hoping to use this on my Micron build. So Micron build's going to use a different tool head that doesn't need that little connector. Hi, Charlie. He is. Uh-oh. Holy. He jumped about 4 feet to get up here. The only thing that isn't great about the XT30 2.2 is the power wires are soldered to the connector. Yeah. Do you need to twist the signal wires for the wires for the wires? I'm going to. I'm going to. The plan is hopefully I can set something up to where I can twist those. The old guy can still jump. Yes, he can. Okay, so I unraveled this. So now this is what I'm gonna take to hopefully kind of figure out if I go all the way up here and come back to the back middle-ish area. So talking about, I'm almost there to standing. That's what it's saying. If I keep moving for 1 minute standing, I'll reach my goal. Been doing nothing but standing. Hi, Charlie. So my plan is to send this about the same, maybe even stitched, tied to the PTFE tube, back to about the center, and then from here, I'm going to go along either here and loop back around and come down here, or I'm gonna come here and come down the extrusion slot and enter over here. The problem with this method is I'm gonna capture the wires and would have to remove either cut the connectors off or remove the drive module here to get the wires back out. Not super thrilled with that. So I think for today, I may take this, just loop it around the back, and then I'm gonna have basically an oval of wires back here, and then take them down this extrusion and then over into this side. Yep. Me, the printer, it doesn't matter. We're jungle gyms. Anyway. I'd go down the corner to avoid the belts. Yeah, well, it's gonna go in the front here, and I think that'll be okay. I think I am going to take it down this side for now. I'm gonna leave a lot. I'm gonna leave a large service loop. Where are we at? 11? Got an hour and 7 minutes until the drawing. So, if we take this now and give an estimate of here to here, and then I think that tool head will loop around like this, and then down the end, over to the side here, and then into the, so if that is where, let's see here. That's where I left off at the deck. That's where I left off at the deck. Charlie, let's give you some aggressive pets and then go set you down. Carbon, for the short runs, twisting can isn't necessary. Still good practice though. Define short. How short is short? Hey, Christian. I'm wine, dined, whiskeyed, and chilled. Welcome, Domenico. Give them the aggressive pets, get hair everywhere. Okay, now you're good. There's your pillow. What's the cable wrap, Steve? Just some stuff I found on Amazon. It's just a nylon or whatever expanded sleeving. Short is sub 1 meter. I'm gonna be going more than a meter here. So, okay, we turn this back over now. Now we take where we left off here. So we've got 5 feet already before we even enter the deck here. So Then this is gonna have to come through here and then come across. So about that much. That's quite a long, it's about 7 feet. It's about 7 feet, and that's what we're gonna go with. I'm gonna be using almost the entire length of that, almost the entire length of that, and I'm probably, both of them are gonna go basically the same routing, so I'm gonna make them the same length, and I'll probably go about another 6 inches in case I wanna work things out. This is pretty centered to the front, and the paths are about the same either way. Then I'm just gonna loop it around. I just use a 4-pin motor wire for CAN as they're already connected to each other and works great. Okay. You ever thought about building a fake printer for Charlie? Some peek-through cutouts in acrylic? No, I hadn't. Here we go. There we go, that works. Build a mini V2 as Heart K did. Oh yeah, that thing was adorable. Okay, I'm just gonna go with it. I'm gonna do that much. It's done, it's cut. And we're gonna do 2 of these. Okay, so that is just surprisingly long. Needs twisted then, anything over 3 feet needs twist, yeah. And I'm left with only about 3 feet of my expanded sleeving here. But I am cutting these, I think, quite a bit longer than I'm actually going to need, but I don't want to do it twice. Okay, I now need to run that, twist the wires and run the wires through the sleeving, I think. So let's set the printer down. And I've got CAN wires. I tried today to install mainsail on my Pi 3B for my V0. There is now a 32-bit and a 64-bit version. What should I pick? I don't know. I don't know. The 64-bit is for more than 4 gigs of memory. That makes sense. So this is coming out. And then I am going to grab my vise here and put it as far away as I can. There we go. How does someone attach carpet to 2020 extrusion? We're making a cat claw tree. Don't forget the pet sleeving will get shorter the more you expand it. Yeah, I've got plenty of room there. And I don't need the pet sleeving to go the whole way. I only really needed it to go into the deck, but might as well, right? So now we're gonna split off the power wires. They're all twisted right now, so splitting them off is good. Trying to do it without kinking them. Okay. There we go. Okay, so these I'm just gonna get out of the way. Oh boy, KB3D. Chris, thank you. Happy New Year's. Thank you on behalf of the entire community for both your content and contributions to all the projects you've touched this year. Thank you very much, Chris. I appreciate that. Okay, so now I have these, and I've got to get 10 feet away. I don't know if I can get 10 feet away. Let's see. Oh, yes, I barely can. Hi. Okay. So I'm gonna chuck this up in my drill here. And come back here without pulling too hard on these. You got to find this balance between being able to twist it and putting tension on it. And I'm gonna walk in as I feel it getting tight. There we go, that's probably good. And that's gonna untwist a bit, but it should leave. Maybe I'll do that a little tighter because it untwisted quite a bit. Where are we at? I gotta catch up on chat here. Oop, I lost one of the wires. I think I'm gonna call that good. I don't wanna overdo it and I don't wanna cause problems. So we've gotta, we've got some twists there. Should be 1 twist per inch. Maybe I need to do it again then. Maybe I need to get this a little tighter. Just have to make sure I get it grabbed in my drill a little better. I'm gonna be cutting off this end anyway, so. Oh, that keeps pulling the. Yeah, let me do a tight twist here at the end to get a better grip on in the drill. There we go. Let's try this again. Okay, now some room here. There we go, set that right there. Oops, I got a twist here I don't want. I'm just gonna let this go. Don't want to do too much. I got a twist here that I don't want to kink. So I'm gonna run this through. Nope, that has to stay there. Don't want to kink the wires. Twist it good. Sounds like you need to print a jig that clamps it. Maybe. There we go. That's about a twist A little more, probably a little more than a twist per inch. Okay, so now I'm gonna probably grab some heat shrink, because I think that will help. A piece of heat shrink that I can put around all 4 wires. Something that'll fit around all 4, that's too small. Because if I don't do this, then everything's just going to bunch up in that expanded sleeving. So take all of these to the end. And since I twisted it, it made the whole harness shorter by about that much. So we'll cut these off. And put all of this on here so I have something to push through the I have something to push through the expanded sleeving that's not going to get caught. And I'm pretty sure this was adhesive heat shrink as well. Okay, now take one of our lengths here and just start pushing it through, I guess. Get it started. You know what I need to do? I don't have a lighter, but what I do have are some matches. And they're up here, so I need to engage extra Yuri mode. Grab some matches. I want a little more control than the, and I don't really want to use my soldering iron or something else. Is this a mellow 2+2 can wire? I'm not sure. 2+2? Let's cut that clear. See how old these matches are. Not gonna work. Soldering iron also works for melting ends. I don't really want to use my soldering iron though. These are old matches. I have very little, there we go. That end and that end and that end, and where's the other end? All in one match. Put that over there and put this over here. Is that 1/4 inch or 1/8 inch sleeve? I think it's 1/4 inch. I'd have to look at my shopping cart. I replaced my wires for PTFE. Yeah, I just don't have that 2+2 connector there. Okay, so now we can get this through here without it totally fraying on the end, which it was doing when I started it last time. And we'll just work this all the way through. Just work it like a caterpillar. Use a heat gun to light the match, and then use the match to melt the sleeve. There we go. Hopefully this is big enough sleeving. I mean, I've just... Yeah, that seems okay. May want to put heat shrink on first. I think I'll be able to slip large enough heat shrink on over at the end, but you're right. I probably should have put it on. This is gonna be entertaining. I can do this without looking at it. I can pay attention to chat. What's up? We've got another 50 minutes until the Polymaker Filament giveaway. I'll throw some heat shrink on there, Keith. I'm sure that I can fit it on afterwards though. I have lots of sizes of heat shrink. I've done that much. Inchworm, yep. Used the same connector, soldered the tiny wires on the pins directly. Ended up better than I expected. Oh, okay. I've done that before, especially in car stuff. I hope this isn't, I shouldn't have gone to the next larger size. Hopefully it's not too stiff, because this is, hopefully I still have a good. Why do people prefer the USB CAN boards instead of SPI adapters like the Pi CAN hat? I'm not sure the answer on that one. I have a WaveShare CAN hat. We have 50 minutes, not 15, Bill. 50. At 1 p.m. my time, we'll do the drawing. Sorry I asked this before. Should I clean and lubricate a new rail for the tap? The movement is so small. Yeah, as long as it has some oil on it, you're okay. You're not, it doesn't move much. I'm sleeving the umbilical, yes. Happy New Year. Well, crap. My heat shrink just came off the end of that. Okay, this ought to be fun. I made it this far and the heat shrink came off the end. I thought it was adhesive. Hopefully I can finish this off. Oh, that is annoying. I thought I'd grab the adhesive stuff. It seems to be doing okay. That's a good point, Dr. Dave. Needing the ADXL pins. Now, these mellow boards have an ADXL built in. So, Zombie, you're finally here. First stream of the year. First stream you've watched in a year. In the year. Welcome. I've still got that much longer to go. There's a good chance I may go buy whatever the next size up is as well and swap this out. I'm back for a few, luncheon out again. I wish that heat shrink had stayed on the end. This is not even close to done. Well, I guess really I have that much left. And I have to do this twice. Hey, 2504, Firecat, thanks for becoming a member. A great way to get wires braided is to heat shrink it to one end and then basically turn it inside out as you roll it on like a sock. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if I could do that here with this diameter stuff. I don't do this often, this expanded heat shrink stuff. I've used it before, but I don't know all the tricks. With the sleeving, I find a small blunted weight and fishing line, and I run it through the sleeve first and then pull the wires through, and that causes it to expand some, making it easy. Okay. I'm hoping I can actually pull these wires to even them up when I'm done too. I think what we will do is get this set up for one tool head and then do the other one. Domenico, or Dom, how do you like to be referred to? There is an update for the timeline other than soon. Very soon. Firecat, thanks for gifting the memberships. Just became a member and already gifting them. Andy Miller, thanks for becoming a member. Almost done. Yeah, welcome all the new members. Okay. I'm going to be sure to use my adhesive heat shrink tubing next time, because I think that would have made this a little easier. I'm a little concerned with how tight this is when it's done too. So I may end up with the next size up, but that's an in-between stream thing. Okay, getting to the end. Oh, okay, good. Very soon, I like that. I have a bunch of upgrades to do on my V0.1s, and I figured I'd wait for the .2 release. I will say, I think it's worth it. I think at the very least, there's some changes that make assembly easier. The end is near. Okay, almost done. You folks have been very patient. Have you ever used the textured build tech surfaces? I have. It's picking to try out, mainly because it's one of the few textured surfaces I can find that's black. Trying to pour himself out. I've used the build tech stuff. It's been a long time. I used it mostly when I had my CR10 and stuff. I'm a bigger fan of the Prusa style textured sheets. Oh, we got the CAN wires. Now we got to find the power wires, and then we got to even this whole thing out. Let's get there's the heat shrink that didn't survive. Well, there's a power wire. A power wire. There's the other power wire. Oh, it's right here. There it is. Woohoo! Okay. Now I've got... Let's take this. Now we should just be able to grab this and be very much easier to pull through. Let me hang back here. It's kind of nice to have that these wires need to get pulled. There we go. And then the black wire. There we go. Hopefully the sleeving is still long enough. Like I said, it's going to shorten when it's expanded, and that's absolutely true. There we go. All the way to the end. We'll go about right there, I think. Now I'll pull it. Oops. Right about like that, I think. I think this is too stiff. I think this is going to be too stiff for this. What do you guys think? I think it's going to be too stiff. I may have made a bad choice on the stuff that I bought. But we're going to move forward. Thinking I might try corner cubes on my next V0 build. Oh, interesting. Can't wait for someone to make a satin sheet like Prusa's. I have no idea if when OSEC is going to start shipping. The Fabrico, the Honey Badger P series stuff is pretty nice for a satin finish. First live stream, watch the V0.1S1 videos, and now I'm watching the waiting for West 3D to ship mine. Awesome. Have started shipping. I don't know what the status on the OSEC stuff is. I'm a little worried and concerned about that. I have some cat vomit. I'd like that with the build tech. What's the diameter of that sleeve? Let me look it up. Let me look it up real quick. Look up what I actually purchased. I'm not logged in here, so I need to use my other computer. Let me see what I bought. Just a moment. Expandable sleeve. It is 4mm. I bought the 4mm stuff. I should probably buy the 6mm stuff. What do you think? Do you think I should buy the 6mm stuff? I think it needs to be less stiff than this, but that's okay. Like you said, I'm going to bunch this back up a little bit. Oh, my microphone went weird. There we go. I'm gonna bunch this up a little bit, and then I'll end up replacing this. You said type 5 paracord? That's something to look at too. Okay, heat shrink. A bunch of sizes of short heat shrink here. I'm making a CAN cable, yep. Hey, Kyle. Let's see if I can get this one through the end. The stuff I have right now is 4mm, which apparently is too small. Type 5 paracord is 6mm. Where is Type 5 paracord? Type 5 paracord. Keep that as a note. I will look that up after stream. This one I think is still going to be too small. I'll try this one. Okay. Goes over this. There we go. And then over the end here, but I don't need that much of it. I use paracord to make custom USB cables and match custom keyboards. Okay. Is that someone's humor? Making 5 equals 6? Yeah. 1 for each end, just cut it in half. If you have any small pipe or tube around, run the sleeve over it and the wire inside. Remove tubing, much like your Bowden tube in a cable link trick. I don't think I have anything that would work well for that. Hey, Evil. There we go. Okay, so there's a little length of this that's going to have to bend around and connect into the tool head board. So I'm going to shrink that on. Let's hope Prusa will sell bigger sudden sheets when the XL comes out. That's one thing I've been anxious about the XL for, is actual Prusa, larger Prusa textured sheets. Yeah, this isn't loosening up really very easily. So I think I just need to go with it and replace it. But I don't think it's worth holding up the build to replace that. I'll just replace it off camera. Okay, I've got some crapping on here from trimming that stuff. Is your heat gun that quiet? No, the noise canceling works really well. Take this off for now. And so this is going to go into one of these glands. So let's see how that works out. I feel like I cut the expanded sleeving way too short as well. So lots of lessons learned here. There's a few people with the SM version SB parts and was wondering if that is available somewhere. SM version SB parts. What is SM? I think I wanted a little stiff, but this is really, I'm a little concerned. We'll see. So that goes through there. Hopefully we can get the expanded sleeving through there. Come on. That might be fun to get through. There we go. So that's through there. This now comes around to get that through there, just like that. So this will come through here, and this gland seems to be a good size. Does anyone know if the Ender 3 to switchwire conversion will work with Neptune 2? I don't know. Does the Trident have the capability to print off axis, i.e. print with the bed at an angle? Not really. When I get the printer back up here, I can show you a big reason why. And a big reason why being able to tweak the bed that much isn't very practical, at least on this design. Okay, we're gonna get this back up here. So, if we wanted to do an extreme angle on the bed, and let's imagine where we have a bed on here and we have a tool head around here somewhere, right? And in order to make this an extreme angle and actually hit the nozzle up in here, let's try this. You're gonna run out of rail before you can hit any kind of a real angle there. Because this is all way low right now. This has gotta go up before your bed's gonna be touching where the nozzle is. You see, you just run out of rail. Let's go here. Stiff is good, but not wire rubbing stiff usually. The outer material or support structure like PTFE tube can keep it stiff. Yeah, and I plan on stitching it, like attaching it at intervals to the PTFE tubing. So we'll see how that works out. I use a 2.85 filament backbone to help the stiffness for umbilical. Lots of ideas we can do. Look up MDPC sleeving, made in Germany, best sleeving I have found. A stealth burner is pretty flat, yeah. Your cooling ducts get in the way real quick. Okay, so I have this. This needs a heat set in it. So let me switch out my tip here. Turn the temperature down and grab a heat set. DFH sells that MDPCX sleeving. It's mint. Okay, I will check it out. When you get a new sleeve, put a 2mm PTFE tube inside the sleeve. It works like a charm on my printer. That just, I think that's gonna be too much. I don't think I need to run an additional thing in there, but I'll find out. All options are open. Hey, Zero G, welcome. Are you using tap in this build? No, because there isn't a tap for this right now. The couch one again. Some IGUS cable would have worked great. And I may end up go that route as well. I have this, the green IGUS cable. I have this stuff. I don't have enough of it. I bought enough of this just to try out and to use in the Micron build that's coming up. But this might end up being, I might buy one of those connectors and use something like this. It's too bad, I mean, the green is awesome, but it doesn't really work with the rest of the setup here. I had two on my printers and never used the cable chains and they sag after a while. I tend to prefer the cable chains generally, but this is my honest attempt to give umbilicals a try and see where it goes. Oh, and let's go ahead and do both of these while I'm here. What do we have here? James, thanks for gifting the memberships. There we go. The gray black sleeving just so fits the color scheme real good though. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. What IGUS cable is that? I don't remember. I ordered it off Fabrico's site, that green stuff. Whatever Fabrico has in stock is what that is. I have some, you guys have seen me do this before, have some ABS stress marks on the bottom of the print. And no more. Which one of the two is used for bed leveling or both? Get in black next time and a little thicker sleeving. Oh, you can get it in black? I'll have to check that out. Golden Jaguar, thank you. Which one of the two is used for bed leveling or both? So there's I'm gonna use a Euclid probe for bed Z-tilt and bed mesh. And then there's a nozzle probe for nozzle height. I'm doing the same thing with the IGUS cable. Issue is I'm running into now is that the crimp connectors on the PCB connector are super tiny and haven't gotten a successful crimp yet. Okay. I'm reasonably good at crimping. I mean, in spite of what my shirt says, I feel like I'm reasonably skilled at it. I missed some of the stream, but Tridex feels like a situation where cable chains don't work too well. There are some setups that could work well, Rain, but you're right. The umbilical is a good option for this. Probably a good option for a lot of things. I just have a preference. The cool thing about sleeving is that you can match even alien green cable to your orange and gray printer. I don't know how much sleeving would stiffen that stuff up though, because I thought about that. Eddie, thank you. Thanks for being here. We are not quite as far as I had hoped to be, but we're still doing good. I've got umbilical started, so we are going to attach this on one side here and see where that goes. And what are these, 16 that's needed on the other side? Oh no, not even, probably 20. Whoa. Thanks, Evil. Best wishes to you too. I guess that'll probably work. I guess chain flex and the one you want, 4x22 gauge wires, nice and bendy, but stiff enough to support itself. Okay. Is there still a plan to get Eddie on the stream for a little talk? If it works, yes. Well, the hope is the stream where we're actually going to push plastic and do a 2-color print is when we will get on, is when we're aiming for that. I've got a little bit of a squeeze. There we go. That right there. And this one through here. That's the intent, is to try to be able to do a little chat. It's just the IGUS continuous flex cable I use. You can get them chain flex control cable. Okay. I'll have to go back and look at these, or if you can DM me on Discord numbers and stuff, suggestions. I'm down for that. And you know, looking for your CAN videos. Didn't you have a video where you had a script for flashing multiple boards? I seem to remember something like that too. Okay, so we have one cable here. We're gonna move our tool head to the front, and then this is gonna go to the back. And how is this gonna end up going? Put that back there. This, is this gonna go like this? Or is this one gonna go over this way? Probably this way. So if I go here, and then I'm gonna grab some of these little wire wraps to put in the back here and get it secured. Someone here knows what software that allows SSH and FTP all in one. Not sure. I'm doing great working on my printers. WinSCP. Awesome. Okay. So this is gonna go like that, I think. This is all subject to change. We're just experimenting with what routing works. Something like that. And if we go all the way here, that's gonna kind of bend in that direction. Oop, avoid the Z end stop pin that's in the way right now. Oh, and we lose our Euclid probe. We can probably pull just a little bit more here. There, I would call that somewhat. And then this is going to loop around here and then come down the front and then down this side of the extrusion there. Okay, along with that, let's see. I want to figure out general PTFE routing and see how that works. So I'm going to, I don't think I'm ready to put the back panel on, but I can mock it up. With the reverse Bowden, it will make a good stable pairing, I think. I hope so. Okay, now I have, are you here, Sanity? Are you around? With the reverse Bowden will make a good, did not find the video that people said, but how come you went for this kinematic over core XYU? Is Sanity around? Because this is all her fault. Now we got a link to any clips to join the umbilical cable in the reverse Bowden. I think that'd be helpful to keep things tidy. Yeah, I think that's where I'm going with that too, Connor. I know what you're talking about. So one of the things that's kind of bugged me, awesome, you're here. One of the things kind of bugged me is how to attach feed the two PTFE tubes through the back panel. And using something similar to, or we could use something like the exhaust housing, something like this with two inlets. The thing I like about this setup, even though I don't actually use a filter, the thing I like about this setup is that it moves the inlet back a little ways from the back of the printer and gives a little extra room here for the PTFE tube to move around. The setup like LDO does with a backing plate that bolts here, and the other one just has a hole going right through the middle. It feels like there's a lot of stress right there where it's trying to bend, and that's just my thoughts on where I want to try to alleviate something here. So I played around. I took that LDO blank sheet and played around in CAD last night, and Sanity was around. So I came up with this. It moves, and there's a companion piece here that bolts on the back here. And it moves the PTFE entrance point back and gives maybe a little bit more strain relief. I don't know. This is what I'm gonna try. The nose is 100% Sanity's fault. I can always design a new one, exactly. This is just a this is just an attempt. So this is what we're gonna roll with right now. Mount the spools in the printer. That's enough space under the tool head's parking position. Thought about that too as a future change. Okay, so this does need a couple of heat sets in here to hold the back piece on. Where'd the other heat set go? Oh, there it is. I take all the blame, yes. Yes, it had a nose. This is what it'll look like in there. It has a nose. There is zero function to that nose. Printed ball joint is another idea I've seen. Yep. Okay, a couple of M5 T-nuts. And M5 by 10 fasteners. Oh, I've got a couple more heat sets to put in as well. Does a holder have like a ball inside to allow the PTFE to spin more freely? No, but the idea I'm going behind is for it to just be spaced back from the back panel, just a little bit more, to allow a little bit more freedom of movement on that. It's cleaner and simpler, but I know there are other good ways of doing it. Are we talking about the kinematics system? It's increasing engagement, yes. Okay, heat sets in, and this is going to go about there. Nose needs an LED in it. Status LED nose. Oh boy. What have you started, Sanity? I have no idea if this is going to work well. This is just my own little thought on something to try. Good night, Nathan. Thanks for being here. Happy New Year. Let's see, what do we have here? 133. 155. There we go. That's close enough for testing. I'm within a millimeter-ish. Okay, so that's gonna go there. And then I have this piece that actually holds a couple of these 10 millimeter fittings. Those thread in nicely. The nose should turn in the direction of the active feed of the active tool head. Okay, and then a couple of M3x8s to bolt it on. There we go. You could have the PTFE tubes coming out of the nose, but that would free up the eyes for the LEDs or googly eyes. I was also trying to stay within the hexes of this grill. So, we have not gotten to the big thing we need to get to before too long is flashing these CAN tool headboards. Ugh. This might be 2 more streams. Okay, so I think this, that kind of gets in the way there. We'll figure that out. I wonder if I should wait to print my V0 parts. If you do not have a immediate need for that to work, I would say wait. I'm gonna move this. These are tight. Tight. Ow. There we go. I think I'm gonna try these on this top extrusion instead. Do something like that. There. Put an LED if the printer's running in the nose. A running nose. Who said that? Ghost Dog. I would have thought that was John. You planning on a V0.2 build once released? So once the V0.2 is released, of course I will be doing probably an upgrade, a build upgrading one of mine, and most likely the LDO S1 kit. I don't know when that's going to be though. Okay, let's try that. Maybe that's a better view. Put it here, and then this will wrap back down, something like that, and go in the front of the printer. This can come back a little bit, something like that. And then we'll put this on here for right now. Every time you're close to building a V0, they release a new one. You're waiting too long. It's been almost 2 years since 0.1 was released. I mean, it'll be April, I think, was April of 2021 is when 0.1 was released. April-ish, right around there. So that's not a good excuse, Bill. Okay. Now, so we're not worrying about this tool head right now yet. We're just kind of figuring out if this is even reasonable, if this looks like it'll work. So I need some PTFE tubing. Something long enough. I'm gonna use this stuff because I don't care if it gets crimped. This is the FEP tubing, which doesn't work as well as PTFE. So, if I have a single piece big enough, I think this piece is big enough. So, FEP tubing now through here. Here, let's get. There we go. Pull that through here. And I think I want this to kind of follow this routing right like that. like that. And I might be able to kind of help force that with a zip tie to the wire to help force it in that direction. This is kind of the and then with the top on here, this is gonna go. Yeah, that's the problem, is it gets caught up here, and this back corner is tough to get to. It might really be better off going the other direction for the PTFE and come in this way. But then when this comes across, it's gonna hit right here. Oh, and then potentially grab it right there. This is the challenge with these, is figuring out all these umbilical setups that aren't going to pinch in some setup. Maybe that needs to be pulled up and just go across there. Oh, what do you think? You still here, Eddie? And that goes right there. Okay. We'll get a better handle on that, I think, once the top panel's on and things actually get pushed around. Let's worry about getting the rest of this wiring at least temporarily routed and into the deck and hooked up to power and CAN. You can zip the PTFE together on both heads so they never pinch. We'll just ride the roof when they are together. Maybe. Is there a reason for not bringing the Bowden tubes in near the corners? There isn't really anywhere to route them in the corners. If you see over here, where? Because at Y max, you're hitting your end stop here, so you have to go down like here, which suddenly you're just getting closer and closer to, where does the tubing go when you're back here, when your tool head's back here? Or wherever I mean, realistically, it could go back here, right? So, the thing I've spent the most thought on this is trying to figure out how to go. And I think most of that thought's gonna have to be saved for when we're actually got panels on and moving things around. I think getting the wiring in a general path that works, I think this actually works okay, because it's staying up in that up towards the top panel area at its full rotation. So I'm actually really pleased with that. We'll see how that gets impacted when I add the PTFE to it, and we might be able to, maybe we have these cross here and put this one through here to give a little extra distance here and just have it follow the same general path. So, but I could get hung up on that and not make any progress. So let's not do that. I'm gonna put one of these over here. And so kind of temporarily, we're wiring up one of these route wires. So let's go. So, is it drawing time? Holy moly, it's drawing time. Okay, I'm gonna give you 1 more minute to enter the drawing for Polymaker Filament. Thank you for the reminder. 1 more minute, and the clock hits 1:02-ish. I'm gonna close the entry. So, time for the draw. It's midnight, so we're gonna do this right now. East Power Engineering. Time for the draw, so East Power Engineering can go to bed. Ball in the PTFE is making it hard to steer or shape the flow. It's time. Sorry, in and out, probably a top center exit for both Bowdens might be in order. If it's in the top center, you've got the same, you've got to hit every spot, and at some point you're gonna get jammed up. I may end up completely changing this back panel too, to change, maybe come in at an angle like people have suggested. This was just first iteration. So it is 1:02. I am closing the giveaway. We have plenty of responses. We've got a couple that just came in, another one that just came in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Okay, I just closed it. Okay, close it. It is closed. Let me do the things. We have pretty close to the number of entries as the number of people who are currently viewing. That's perfect. I pinged you on the Tridex channel how I have my PTFE tube. Okay, I'll check that out after. I don't want to come in from the side because I don't want to change my side panels. It is 3 hours in already, and I am not anywhere close to where I wanted to be. This is going to be 2 more streams. That's just, we're going to be 2 more streams. We're going to be another stream of figuring things out. So let me grab these. Scroll, 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 scroll. This is for 1 roll of Polymaker Filament. Your choice, but some exclusions apply. Worldwide shipping. Let's go over here and paste the names. Charlie is super excited. I need to change the image. It's not Christmas anymore. Okay, everything's in there. Let's go. A number between 1 and 23. Number between 1 and 23. It's 2023. For the shuffling. (2023) 1 in 2023. We need more guesses than this. Has chat just not caught up? Has the buffer not caught up? I don't think it takes an animated GIF or anything. DJ Natty, here we go. This is the engagement we need. Now I'm not gonna shuffle this 2023 times, but somewhere between 1 and 23 times. What number makes sense? 42? That's always the answer, but not this time. Let's just go with it. I mean, it is 2023, right? So let's go 23. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and one more, 23. Okay. 19 for when all the hell started. Okay, who is our winner? We have Pie-Eyed. Congratulations. I recognize you. Awesome. Are you here? Let's make sure you're here. Let's hope you're here. All right, tag me. We're gonna do a 2-minute timer. He's taggable. Let's chat. Say something. Oh, there, I saw. I mean, you said 12. So let's make sure. Yep, there you are. There you are. Congratulations. I will send you an email after the stream. And let me get this. Let me get this copied. Send you an email after the stream with instructions. There we go, and then that can go. There we go. Congratulations, Pie-Eyed. 1 roll of Polymaker filament of your choice with a few exclusions applying. Go back to the build. Okay, maybe you can see it there. I am going to the back and up. Maybe this will work. Let's get things out of the way here. Because I only have a dog, isn't it? I like dogs. I got to pet a couple of Dalmatians yesterday. They were very cute. Very energetic. Okay, let's see if that will work. Here's where we're going with this. Then my intent is to probably, I don't know how this is gonna work out. This is just, bear with me. We'll see if this feels reasonable. This coming down and just as a nice smooth loop here. Charlie is a dog. Charlie is definitely part dog. And parrot. And monkey. And then we're gonna go down the side here. Yep, there you are. See that? I can't wait to see this build done and complete either. There, and then probably one along the bottom here. Ow. My settings feel a little over extruded on these, so they're a little tough to twist into place. There we go. My husband and I got a French bulldog named Piggy. Nice. Between a DIY 3D machines and a new one, which is cheaper? And a new one, well, it depends on what the new one is. You said you had to combine 2 frames to make that. What extrusions for each did you need? So for all of the Y direction extrusions, I used a 350 frame. For all the X direction extrusions, all the X direction extrusions, I used a 350 frame. For all the Y direction extrusions, I used a 250 frame. Just see a Julian looks, the cat side of Charlie the brain is all the others, yes. You could feed the tubes from the back corners, easier to control. I'm not opposed to trying that. I think I'm at the point right now where the idea is get the things flashed, and then I might be rearranging stuff. So we're just gonna bring this wire all in here. So I could get caught up on trying to figure out the perfect routing of stuff for hours. And I will be getting caught up on that, but caught up in that. But right now I just want to try to get it to the point where we can flash stuff and make some progress and then tweak it from there. Just put all the skirts on my Trident. We'll do a serial video tomorrow. Awesome. I think that this wire routing is working really pretty well, I think. There's going to be 2 of these bundles that come down here, which will make it a little more bulky, but my cat found out that he jumps on my desk and taps on my keyboard, he gets attention. Any attention is good attention, huh? And then this will go down and sit along the bottom like that. Everything's out of the way, nothing's gonna get jammed up. I feel like like I said, I feel like the wire routing works pretty well for that. We'll see how it works when I have 2 of them in there. That. Microphone wiring is bugging me. Let's see. If I do this, I may have to enlarge this hole in the corner. What's the reason for 2 print heads? For multiple 2-color or actual true multi-material? Oh, and then, let's see, maybe we can see this here. This is gonna have to come around and plug in. Woo! Come in here, plug in right there. So, and then this, maybe something like that. And then tighten the gland down. There we go, that works pretty well. It's nice and clean. Let's get a better, yeah. Plugged in right there. Still have access to the USB port right there. This is sturdy. Try running some filament through the reverse Bowden. I found it behaved differently without the filament, with or without. Okay. I have an IDEX over an ERCF. I think me too. The true dual material, I think is gonna be good. I don't think mirror printing is implemented in Clipper yet. Mirror printing and parallel printing, I don't think those are implemented in Clipper yet, but that's just a firmware thing, right? Okay, so that is ran. So now I can take these and put them in through to the deck. There we go. Missed the CAN board wiring. What kind of CAN board is it? I'm used to the 4-pin JSTs. So these are the Mellow SB 2040 CAN boards. There we go. does that. Mellow SB 2040. How's PVA doing in closed 50C chamber? I don't know. I don't know what PVA's temperature properties are. I just used the braided cable sleeving on mine as well. Good night, good morning, East Power Engineering. Thanks for being here. That I'm pretty pleased with. I don't mind this, as long as it's a nice smooth radius, I don't mind that, because I'll have it basically on both sides. It'll just kind of form a circle in the back of the printer. Like I said, the alternative was going down the extrusion slots, but that captures the connectors. How are your temps with the SB 2040? Some people are reporting they overheat easily. The MCU temp reports as overheated, but I can touch it, and it's nowhere near the reported temperature. Okay. What do I got here? This coming through here. This is going to come around here and through here, and then plug into one of these. So I think I don't know that I can see if I can get those ran through these. This through here and through here. Through here. Does the end stop still click? I think so, but I can check that. Yep. Nothing's in the way. There we go. And then this will go underneath all of these. Cable route is growing on me. Yeah, I'm not 100% on it myself yet, but we shall see. A loose zip tie here I'm gonna follow through on. Okay. And then one more. Okay. You know what? I had a 5mm fan to one of mine, mainly because it's enclosed. Like I said, I don't think it gets as hot as it's reporting. Okay, so I could cut this to this length and plug this, just get it plugged in. But what I think I'm going to do is just wrap this around near the bottom of the printer here. I think I'm gonna wrap this around behind the pie here, because I'm not finalized on my wiring and I don't want to screw myself over. So I think I'm gonna run this all the way around here and then plug it in right here. Just all the way, take the scenic route. We're gonna take the scenic route in the wiring. So if that goes there, that's gonna come around here and then up through this one And then right about there is where I want to cut them. So I'm gonna do it. Okay, it's done. It's done. Will this be a 5 to 6 hour stream today? I might need to get something to eat then. I've got my mid-stream snack. The CAN data will have a good look around the printer, yes. It will figure it out. My cable routing looks around the same for all my printers. Too impatient to complete cable organization. Well, this right here, once everything ties down and I group all the wires together, it will end up looking pretty clean and open and serviceable is a big thing. Okay.
I didn't get that.
No, Siri, I didn't talk to you. My plan is to use these 2 ports for the CAN wiring. Is there any reason why I shouldn't do that? I'm gonna use these 2 JST connectors. I'm gonna pull power in to the connector at the end. That's what this wire is for. This is for power. But I was just gonna use these 2 JSTs for the tool head boards. I think a JST can carry the current it needs to, right? It is a U2C. It's the mellow version. So it's either TO or the number 2. I don't remember. Golden Jaguar, my Discord name. Are you on the Voron Discord? If you're on the Voron Discord, then I'm the Steve with a red name. If you're on the Voron Discord, then I'm the Steve with the red name. Mellow is U2C. Yeah, so this is the TO. Check the schematics. I'm not sure they are electrically connected to 24 volts. They should be. He said Dalmatian. Now I've been looking at them for the last 15 minutes. Let's see what kind of documentation we can find on the U2C. Let's go here. And this is the Tridex GitHub page, and this is linked in the description. And can you crimp those 18 gauge on JST? That's a good question, Bruno. Mine has 5 volts marked on the silk screen for those JSTs. Oh, really? Let's see. Let me see. Let me see what we have here. Well, this says VCC. No, that's for that. Oh, crap. Okay. That simplifies things. That simplifies things. Connor, yeah, it does have 5 volts. So I can't do that. I can use it for the high-low. And I'll power, so I'm gonna power off of this. I'm gonna input power here to the 24 volt pins here. I'll get power to the tool head off of this one. And I'll do the, I mean, there's no reason. I'll probably do the CAN high and low to the JSTs. Yeah, there's no 24 volts on the JSTs. Can't you just hook the BTT CAN bus right to the Octopus? Well, this is a mellow Fly 8, so I can't use the Octopus CAN port. Okay, so that's where I'm gonna go. Let me see what we have here. We've got, yeah, I'm gonna go to the JSTs for the CAN wires, high and low, and that's the 2 end wires here. And I will do power. What's another way to do power? I don't really want to. I could take both of these into one. I think I'll take both of these into one power for now. I may find a more elegant solution, but in the interest of making things work, I think I'll take power from both into one of these. That board should have it. I know, Bruno, I agree. These, you need power input on these. It should have a dedicated power in. So, I think it should. That goes there. This is gonna go under here and we're gonna put power there. So let's power that. Let's power this. Okay, thanks Golden Jaguar. I'll check that out after stream. Hey, Jokernet. Okay, so we're gonna put some ferrules on here. These are 18 gauge. Get my ferrule kit. Whatever it ends up being. Where did I put that? It should be in here. Oh, there they are. There. That's the best solution. Use 2 screws for power in and the other 2 for power out of both heads. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Don't get the fuse of 24 volt to the tool headboards when you run them directly from the PSU. Is there a fuse on here? I'm powering this, so it is fused. I'm powering the CAN board off of the bed out on the board, just the positive side of the bed out, because that's constant power. I'm actually gonna probably run signal for the SSR off of one of the heater outputs just to clean up the wiring. But this is being powered by the bed, so it's protected by the bed fuse. So I need a 16 gauge with the black. 2 of those, and then one and a 2. There we go. Then probably that one. "24 volts and ground." Yeah, 24 volts. And ground. That's powering the CAN board now. BTT has a good selection of connectors. Molex MF3 takes 7 amps, JST 3 amps, screw terminals 10 amps, Molex SK 12 amps. The fuse thing on the chat as a PSA. Oh, that's fine. And that's verbalizing that and confirming for me also that I haven't messed something up is appreciated. We have 300 people still. Awesome. Unstick the draw link. Thank you, Andres. Unpin the message. And let me go in here and just delete the link in the description. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that reminder. You can use a Wago connector to go from 2 to 1. I can. Crimping 2 of these into a single bootlace ferrule will be an okay first solution here too. I could put another one of these little things over here, which I might do as well. Another little Wago holder that Kyle made. I might do that to distribute that power. Maybe there's one for, I would need 2 by 2 3s, I think, in order to do it properly. One for ground, one for 24 volts. Guest arrived, gotta go. I'll catch the rest later. See you, Chris. Happy New Year. Hey, Mr. K. Okay, power there. We are going to, I've got enough wire here that I'm not short any. So this is gonna be kind of a little haywired to get this set up, but maybe the goal today is get at least one of these tool head boards flashed. So that's where we're aiming for. This is 18 gauge as well. Get one of these tool head boards flashed. Some info is available on Discord, but no final solution yet. Oh, for the 24 volt board? Yeah. Okay. And this one. And then this one, we are going to put the JSTs on. See you, Colin. And also for Bad Nude, him did an update for a small issue with the printed parts for some scenarios. Okay, I am going to grab my cheap, well, not cheap, the Taiwan-made PA09s and see if I have continued, or the same problems I had before. So let's strip some wires. And same technique, same everything, same size spot. That one did okay. A little finicky on the insulation one. It is catching. So see the here, let me get a little closer look here. Where's the other ones? Where did I put the other ones? I want to get a better look inside. if I look inside, and I don't think I'm going to be able to show this, the coating, everything, it's not even on the inside here. The genuine ones, now the coating's coming off on those as well, so that's not something. Okay, trying to figure out. You saw me use the other one, same technique. These are catching on the side of the, there we go. I didn't compress the other ones anymore. Let's try this again. Yeah. I'm not gonna pretend and say these are way worse, because they're not at this point. So the next thing I wanna try is microfit. So I think microfit were the ones that were really rolling over on me. So that wasn't terrible, but I'm gonna try microfits next. I had a little bit of more trouble than the other ones with the insulation side catching on the edge of the channel here. I had more trouble with that than the first ones. But I'm gonna have to try some microfits to see. So, okay. Can, high and low. Which one is which on these? So is it yellow or white? Is can, high and low? Let's see if we can figure that out. This, so you can follow along. This is a site I'm at. So this is the documentation that Polar Ted here has worked on. And this is a wiring diagram. So can high is the yellow is low. Let's see if that matches what I was just about to double check. Let's confirm that matches. So I would say, you're saying yellow is low? Can we have anybody else double check that? Because I would say that white is low according to this diagram. Yellow is low. Is this one of those where your viewpoint is skewed? Well, the viewpoint of the diagram here, because if I look at this, I should think that I should look at the back of that board as I have it sitting here on the tool head. And I would look at that and I would say that yellow is high. Hey, 3DP Mamish. Someone in Discord taught me to cut the leaf and leave it in the pot pin while crimping. And that helped with rotation when doing my microfit, then just break it off after crimping. Oh, I see. I get that. Yellow is high on my mellow. Yellow high. Okay. I would say that yellow is high looking at this as well. Okay. I'm gonna go with yellow is high. Which means, do we have a U2C pin diagram? So now we have, so can high, so yellow will be the one on the end of the connector here. According to Mello, CN Docs, yellow is high. Okay. Oh, Charlie's up. He's doing the old man wake up. Okay, I need a 4-pin. Do I have those in these boxes? Wire here. Yellow got into the stash. Millo's YouTube video says yellow is can high, and that all matches up with what I see. I like verifying what actually, I mean, what's in front of me, right? I don't have any there. Just don't feed 24 volts in. Oh, there's some. Okay. Let's pull this around here. So I have a 4-pin here. Oh, I had them right here in the, that's right. Mello puts all the blank, all the empty connector ends populated in the boards, which is, I guess, kind of neat. So if that goes like that, this is going to go, yellow is high, and that's the end one. So it's gonna go right like that. So right like that. And that's gonna plug in. I'm just gonna plug it in right there. So that look right? There we go. Oh, okay. I'll leave my hand there. Worst case scenario, you just have to swap them around. You can't hurt it with can wires and burst, right? Are there not connectors in the U2C board? Yeah, it's right there. What you did here is yellow is low on your stealth burner mount, low is near the PCB, and high. Ooh, I'm too far into the stream to walk that mental path. Let me let Charlie out. Yeah. Okay, I think it's granola bar time. We are, oh, so you're using the cable that came with the SP24. Yes, I am. I'm gonna need to eat lunch. The brain seems to be falling. Yeah. I have a little snack here. So I'm new. I've only set up two. I've set up 2 can setups. With these both connected now at both ends, I should be able to measure resistance between high and low and get 60 ohms, right? Now I may need to put in a jumper to enable those 120 ohm resistors. But the goal at the end of this is to have a 60 ohm measurement on your can bus. Is that right? There we go. Okay. So with everything off here, should be able to pull out my multimeter. and see where we're at. Now, I'm fairly confident this isn't going to be correct to start. So I'm just going through the process. So let's try that. So if I go across high and low, got 120 ohms. So 120 ohms. Now I should be able to put a jumper on the tool head board that trips that 120 ohm resistor on the tool head board, and that means two 120 ohm resistors in parallel is half. If you have two of the same value resistor in parallel, you end up with half the resistance. Where are... I think the whole thing is you just end up having to have 60 ohms on your CAN bus, right? So I'm trying to get this tiny resistor out of here. Or this tiny jumper out of here. If we look at the pin out here, this is our CAN bus. This jumper here is our CAN bus 120 ohm. So I should be able to just grab this little jumper, throw it on there, right like that. It's right here. I just put a jumper right there, right above the tool head board connector. The U2C has a built-in terminator, yeah. And I am going to pull this, go ahead and pull this PTFE tube out because it's just gonna flop around here and get in my way. We're not printing today anyway. 60 ohms be one of the ends of the bus. So this is one end of the bus and then the other. So if you have it wired like SB20, 40 to, then you need 120 ohm on each 2040. Right. That makes sense. Ow. Each end of the line with modules, daisy chain to each the tool head with the UTC unterminated in the middle. Yep. Right now, I think is it terminated right now? I mean, we're getting 120 ohms right now. There's got to be one somewhere. Let's see what this looks like. Let's see what this looks like right now. And we're at 60 ohms right now with that one there. Now, when we put the other one in, we'll have to figure out what resistor setup. But right now, we should be good to get this one board flashed. And that's the goal right now, is to get it powered up and get one of these boards flashed. Let me let Charlie in. Yeah. Should be each end of the line. What's the average wait time for serial request to response? Pretty quick, right? right now we have, Sanity has been on it. So, okay. That means we can plug power. So can power in. So let me get my glasses again. And VCC is this one. So that's gonna go right there. And then ground is the next one over. Okay, Charlie, just a second. In and out, in and out. There we go. Those are in. I'll let Charlie out. I'm just gonna tuck these over here so they're out of the way. So it's pretty much on it, so the wait for cereal is short right now, yes. Happy New Year, everyone. Good things for your friends and your families. You too, Nuno. My cereal request a few months ago was around 1 week. And it very much depends. So some of this is a manual process and they get reviewed and it all depends on what's happening in life. Okay, we have a working and flashed Fly 8. We did this the last time we were working on the Tridex back in November, okay? We have now a powered and connected U2C board. And we have a powered and connected tool head board with the heater is still unplugged. I never plugged in the heater, if you remember. That's gonna be my new thing, is just as a safety precaution, I plug in heaters after everything is working. So everything's plugged in there but the heater. The thermistor for the hot end is plugged in. Everything else is plugged in, just not the heater. So I think we can power it on and start going through some flashing instructions. Am I missing anything? How long is the wait on PRs for Voron users to be merged? That one's to be more complicated than we have fewer people doing it for Voron users PRs. That's more complicated than serial requests and fewer people doing it. So that really depends. Okay. Let's get it powered. Do I want to do it? Yeah, I want to do it sitting here right now. So, where did I put my power cord? Here it is. Do you have a USB between the UTC and the Pi? I can't see it clearly. I do not. That is a good point. I do not. Forgot. This is a super long USB for this. But this is just for this setup. See? This is why you're here. Now everything is hooked up. Your UTC came with a short, shiny white USB. You know what? I did grab the Mellow, the SB2040 cable. I probably have a UTC cable around here now that you mention it. Let's display. I have a couple of things here I can use. Yeah, thanks for that reminder. We'll use, I can use that gold shiny one, or this one's pretty nice. Much shorter. That was for flashing the tool head. There we go. Okay, we got a good view for any sparks or smoke. I think so. Let me double check the polarities on my stuff plugged in. Yeah. Okay. Tridex is, we are making progress. Not as much progress as I would have liked today, but that's okay. I bought a bunch of 220 millimeter USB cables. I bought a bunch of, do I have one around here? Yeah. I bought a bunch of these, this length. This is a micro USB, but same deal. I have some USB-C ones. Charlie wants in. Okay, come on. Okay. Get that clip ready. Let's power her on. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. Nobody was paying attention. Okay, powering it on. Nobody saw that. Okay, no sparks. Hi, Charlie. No sparks, things are powered up. Oh, that guarantees no sparks. So I'm gonna shift this. This might not be the greatest view, but I'm gonna try to shift this just so I have a little more elbow room here. Lots of green light. We are good. Activity light on the Pi. I've been streaming for a while. Well, it's 4 hours at this point. No smoke, no trouble. There are 4 green lights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and a flashing one. And a red solid. Okay. Let's follow the directions. There's a wiring diagram. We're gonna come back to this because we're gonna need some of these GPIO pin IDs at some point, but let's go here. So, we have a pin diagram. I don't think we need to do the firmware on here. Flashing the U2C firmware. I don't remember if I had to do this on the last one. Pro tip, heatset inserts stay hot after you put them in. Yes. For a good bit. The U2C firmware is installed at the manufacturer. This procedure is only needed to restore the OEM firmware. So we're gonna leave this. We're gonna go over to the Fly SB 2040 instructions. Not sure if I can post a link, but I have a helpful link for setting up the Pi and the U2C. I think this covers everything, Connor, but if I'm missing something, sure, send me a link in Discord and we'll go from there. Hello. I have no idea how to pronounce that, but if I was just looking at it, I would say era. But that has I apologize. Okay, SBC, pin diagram files, clipper configuration. Do you have a link or where to find the already made AWDSTL? Oh, you're talking to Nuo. Mine was flash from Mellow already. Yep, so I'm going to go with that. That covers everything. So we're going to go here into, so flashing, where are we at? Clipper host configuration. SSH to your Clipper host and create a new CAN0 file in the etc network interfaces folder. So let me bring up a command window, SSH, VT, oops. Bring this over to here. And I got that wrong. So we need to say who we're going to SSH to that to. So pi at, and then the name. I'll put in our password. And now we're here. Now we are going to, yes, Charlie is itching to jump over here. That would have been a dangerous jump. We're going to run this command. Let's see if this is already here. Password. Okay, that's not there. So we are going to SSH to your Clipper host and create a new CAN0 file. Enter the following information. Right there. Copy that. And paste it. And is that a, yep, okay. So that should all work. Note, use the same bitrate you use on your CAN toolboards. This can be 25,000 or 250,000, 500,000 or a million. Bit rates of 500,000 and a million are preferred. I've been using 500,000 on the other board, so I'm just going to use that here. Charlie wants hugs. Yes, he does. I cannot type with one hand effectively, Charlie. Control O to write it, and Control X to quit. And then reboot the host. So let's go sudo reboot. Well, wait. CAN board flashing. I've got a Hoovud still sitting in a bag that wants to install, but I promised myself no more mods until my printer actually prints something. Yep. Hey DeWitt, Happy New Year. You got another hour before you start today? Are you streaming today? He just settles straight in. Doesn't even. When the Pi reboots, you can run show confirm the CAN network is up. Okay, let's find out. We're waiting for it to reboot, I guess. At 4:30 Mountain Standard Time. So you're starting in half an hour from now, right? Why is this not coming up? Why is it not coming up? That's been plenty of time. It's a Pi 4. It is not coming up. Oh, 1.5 hours from now. Oh, okay. The reboot can get slowed down while waiting for the, while waiting for the CAN network. Okay, so I just gotta wait. I guess Charlie's not gonna complain. Let's try this again. Why? Yeah. Okay, Charlie, you have got to sit over there. Try one more time. My network would wait like 2 minutes when I first set it up. I don't remember having this trouble on the last one. And I'm not getting the activity light on the Pi. All I've done is add those things to the, there wasn't anything I needed to change. Yeah. I'm not getting a ping. Should I just try a reboot? Just power cycle it? See what happens? Yeah. Let's try. Ooh. That's one thing I don't like about this board. It does that squeak at power off and power on. It's got a speaker built in. Powering it back on. I'm connected to via USB. Had to help with the flat tire. Is the printer powered up now? It is now. Let's see if we can, oh, there we go. Power cycle did it. Let us, let's see if this is here. I didn't type my password right. Yep, that's still there. X, okay, we can move on. We can move on. So, okay, so that is setting up the Clipper host. So now firmware, and we're going to use CAN bus. So we are going to summary, and I want to use CAN boot. This update assumes you are working Clipper host installation on a Raspberry Pi. Now, something I did off stream prepping is I did update everything on this printer because we set it up in November, the last time we worked on this, the last stream we worked on this, and set it up and flashed firmware to the board. So I didn't think we needed to spend the time today to go through and update all the host packages or patches and update everything. So it's up to last night, it's updated. So, install CAN boot on your Clipper host. If you have not already done so, follow these steps to clone CAN boot repository to your Clipper host and configure the Moonraker update manager. So we're gonna do that, and we're gonna go here, and then we're gonna run this command. So, cd / and then paste in that command to clone that GitHub repository. Okay, that is done. So now we're going to, from your Fluid or main cell web UI, edit Moonraker and add the following. So we need to add the update manager. So we're going to go to a new tab here and go to VT Orange. And I'm probably going to rename this to Tridex.local. I just haven't done it yet. Okay, so we got all these errors. The camera works. We're gonna go to machine and Moonraker config. We're gonna come down here and we're gonna add the CAN boot update manager. And we don't really need that to restart, so right now I'm just saving it. So come back here. And we're going to compile the CAN boot firmware. So we're going to follow these directions. CD to CAN boot, make clean, and do the menu config. Oops, is this the... And then make clean. And make menu config with those options there. Now this is different from our regular Clipper make menu configs. We're in the CAN boot folder, not the Clipper folder. Oops. Big old computer companies did it back in the time when they got issued. Oh, we're talking about IPv6 stuff still. Okay, microcontroller is Raspberry Pi 2040. We're following the settings here. Flash chip. I think this was default. It doesn't say here, but it does say, and the screenshot below, the screenshot down here says flash chip there. CAN boot deployment 16 kilobyte bootloader. Communication interface is going to be CAN bus and CAN GPIO 4 for receive and 5 for transmit and 500,000. We need to match what we put in the file before. Charlie is in the picture. Oh, he is. I'll turn him off for a minute. Here we go. Thank you. So we need to match. This needs to match what we set in the Clipper host. So if we change this to 1,000,000, you need to change it over there to 1,000,000. And then if I scroll down here, GPIO pins, nothing. And we're going to enable the status LED apparently. And set that GPIO to 24. Enter. Okay. So now with that, we're going to quit and save. And we're going to run this make-j4. And that's going to run through there. Should now have a CAN boot bin file at /canboot/out. Now we're going to burn this to the Fly SB2040. My back's been a little sore all day. But we're probably, I'm hoping about 45 more minutes. We'll end this at a 5-hour stream. Okay, that did that. Burn the CAN boot Fly firmware to the Fly SB2040. So use a USB-C data cable to connect the Fly SB2040 board to the Clipper host. I have a good bed. I have a nice bed. I'm gonna move the whole tool head forward here and maybe try to get this other tool head out of the way. What can I do to do that? Maybe this will be enough. Yeah, that's enough. Now, is this other USB cable that I ditched long enough to reach? It is. Okay. You know what I need to do is get active and eat better, and I would feel a ton better, I'm sure. There's a can boot guide now. I'm following the guide that Polar Ted set up specifically for the SB2040. So there are probably good guides out there now, though. I foresee an issue. Don't have my glasses, but I think you entered your GPIO data differently. For the IO, you typed only the number. For the status, looked like you typed GPIO 24. And that's true. I don't think you type the whole thing for the, if you go here, you don't type the whole thing. You just put a number here. So it's the CAN GPIO number, but you don't type the whole thing. It's not an option. You see the range here. So hopefully that clarifies that, Stephen. Do you, that's a good question here. Do you have to have power unplugged for this? That's a good question that's not covered here. That might be some additional feedback here if you're still around, Polar Ted. Use a USB-C data cable, connect the fly to the clipper, press the boot button while inserting the USB cable to put the fly into boot mode. So I'm gonna go ahead and unplug power here, and I don't think that's a problem to unplug it. So I'm gonna unplug power there, because I think that's true. And then I'm going to plug in, yeah. Plug in here, and then I'm gonna take this, and it says to press the boot button, which is right below the connector. I would recommend pulling the power from, then press the boot button and add USB. Yep. And so I'm gonna press the boot button while I plug in the USB-C port. Then I can let go, and it should be in boot mode. It did power up with the USB. So maybe a note in here if you're around, and I'll send you a message. Make sure that main power, the power is disconnected from these when doing that. Run ls USB to see if the connection is successful. So let's go here, run ls USB, and we should see a 2E8003, that's this guy right here. And flash the SB2040. So we should be able to take this command here and flash it. Oh, that was quick. I did not get any errors. On the EBB36, there's a jumper for powering via USB, okay. DFU mount done fucked up. This will flash the CAN boot firmware image and restart the Fly SB2040. When the status LED starts blinking, reboot and continue to compiling clipper firmware. Reboot what? It is blinking. Reboot the whole thing? When the status LED starts blinking, reboot and continue to compiling the clipper firmware. Pull the USB, okay. That's what I figured. Pull the USB and then I can plug power back into this thing. There we go. reboot the toolhead. So it took it out of boot mode. Now we're going to compile Clipper firmware for the CAN bus. So we're going to go into the Clipper folder and make clean and make menu config and set the following settings. Enable low level configuration options, or P2040, 16K bootloader. The interface is the CAN bus, and CAN speed is the 5 million, and receive is 4 and transmit is 5. And we'll set the set it microcontroller startup. This is GPIO 24. Okay. And that matches the things that are in this screenshot here and the list of settings here. Quit. Save. Hey, Tetsu. Welcome. Run the make command. 4. Yeah, let's do that. Oh. And then we're going to flash the Clipper firmware with CAN boot over the CAN bus. So this is connected. Power off the printer before connecting the ST. Oh, oops. I hope I didn't cause any problems. I hot plugged it. We'll find out. I didn't see any smoke and lights are doing things. Install the 120 ohm jumper on if this is the only MCU on your CAN other than the CAN adapter used by the Clipper host. So that's there, and we already checked the 60 ohm thing for this. You want the CAN bus to measure 60 ohms between high and low while your printer is powered off. Power the printer back on and SSH and get the fly. Well, let's find out if we got one. So we're gonna run this command. We found one. So apparently I didn't screw it up too bad. If CAN devices are detected, the above command will return the following. Detected UUID, this. Application, CAN boot. Woohoo. We don't need that. Unlikely but possible that something arced during connection. I did, I don't know if it matters, but I did angle it in power and then data when I plugged it in. I'll power it off next time. Jason, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everyone. Thank you. Let's go Tridex. Yep. Thanks, Jason. Okay, so we have a UUID. So each device will have a unique UUID, and the above example is a microcontroller CAN bus UUID. Save it for the next step, and flash the Clipper firmware to fly by running the following command. So we are going to run this up to there, paste that, and then grab this UUID here and copy and paste that. Should get a download progress bar. So, and while that's doing that, let me put Charlie in the other room. Okay. Flash success. So while that is still in my clipboard copy paste buffer, I'm gonna go over here to my printer config and my head 0. I'm gonna paste this right here. Paste that right there and just save and close. We don't need to restart yet. So that UUID is gonna be needed there. So you should get a download progress bar and can flash success when burning is complete. Your fly should now have Clipper firmware and loaded and ready to use. Awesome. That was good. So where are we at? If we went through now and set a few GPIOs and commented out a few lines, we should be able to get this to finally wake up. So I'm gonna comment out the second tool head here first. Control / will comment and uncomment in these interfaces. It works in fluid and mainsail. So I already have my serial ID for the Fly Super 8 in here. This is the ID for head 0. Hybrid Core XY is our kinematics, and some limits here. There's some input shaping things that you can't do in the default Clipper firmware. There is a fork that allows it, that Eddie is running. I'm disabling this because I'm not going to set that up yet. You might as well flash the other tool head at this point and then update the configs. I could, but I want the printer to wake up. I'm going through that whole setup is good. Let's move on and get the printer to wake up. That's what I'd like to do in the next half hour. See if we can get the printer to wake up. What is CAN bus? CAN, so it's CAN, and it's Controller Area Network is what it stands for. And it's commonly used in automotive industry for connecting various systems within a car, because it is a, you only need 4 wires. You need power and then 2 wires for data. And that's the biggest advantage to us, is being able to minimize the number of wires we're running to the various areas of the printer. This is a U2C 3. Okay, so we're gonna go through here. I've already set a lot of these GPI, or the pins, up for the Fly Super 8. I haven't done any of it for the tool head board. CAN bus is a 4-wire interface, 2 power, ground, high and low signal. Yeah, so you have 2 data wires and power and ground. So for Stepper X, now I chatted with Eddie about which steppers are what, and I made my best guesses for what I did here in my setup. We'll see once we get it started up and try to home it, what happens. So Stepper X is set up. The dual carriage, so Stepper X is our tool head 0. Dual carriage is the second tool head. And then there's a Y and a Y1. So all of these I've already gone through. Now the probe is on head 0, and we're gonna grab whatever port I plugged. Let's see if I can tell. Whatever port I plugged the end stop port plug in, and that is the that one there. So we're gonna go back over to the, oop, not that, we can close that. We want the 2040 pins. So I used this end stop. No, I used this end stop for, I used this one, the 5-volt end stop here for the probe. Yes, for the probe. So this is GPIO 28. So we're gonna go back here and we're gonna change this probe to GPIO 28. Okay, that takes care of probe. Now Stepper Z's are all set up. Oh no, Stepper Z end stop pin is, oh, I think I did set that up because that's on the Fly Super 8. So that's PG12. The X end stop pin up here is what I want to actually change. All the way up here. Stepper X end stop pin is head 0, PA14, but I actually use that PA14. Eddie is using Huvid boards, so I have to change these to adapt to what I'm doing. And I'm using this end stop pin here, which is GPIO 29, is what I hooked it up to. So X, we're going to set this to GPIO 29. Y end stops are on the Fly 8, so I've already set those up. Will you need to fix tool head 1 so it doesn't move while you try to home? I'm not going to try to home it today. I want it to wake up and show temperature information and stuff like that, which means I'll have to plug in the bed. But I want it to show things. I want it to be a working clipper configuration. It's not going to be complete, and it's not going to be to the point where we home. But at least we'll be that huge step forward in the next part of the build. So probe, stepper Z's, and then we go, so now the extruder is the big one. So step pin, we are going to go here to the motor. So step pin is GPIO 9, direction pin is 10. Step pin is GPIO 9, and direction pin is GPIO 10. Any recommendations of what board to get for a 350 2.4? Any of them with minimum of 7 stepper drivers. Any of them are gonna work. Enable pin is GPIO 7 and UART is 8. Enable pin is GPIO 7. And let's go down here to UART pin, GPIO 8. I don't think I need a transmit pin on this. I'll double check that in my other printer configuration. And then heater pin, so that heater pin is right here. Heater is GPIO 6. So we go back here to heater pin, and it's GPIO 6. Sensor, that sensor pin is temperature sensor is GPIO 27. GPIO 27. Don't forget you need a pi or clone, right? And that should be enough for extruder. Hot heater fan is here. We have, let's zoom in here. We have fan 1 or fan 0. What did I hook that up? Which one is the hot end fan? Probably fan 0, GPIO 13. We can swap that around if I'm wrong, but this will at least get us moving. GPIO 13. 13. And then now we don't have a fan because of the I don't fully understand it yet, but because of the IDEX setup in Clipper, there are macros that control the part cooling fan instead, I think. And I'll correct myself. I'll educate myself and correct if I'm wrong. But this is why this is set up as a generic fan. And I think that's the part cooling fan, not the hot end fan. Hey, John. Yep. Pull up needs to be 4,700 on the on here? Okay. Thank you. Good night, Danny. So that fan 1 is GPIO 14. And I'll flip those around if I have them backwards, but GPIO 14. Now all of that is going to get copy and pasted to extruder 1 here, but right now, because I don't have it hooked up yet, I'm just going to go down through here and comment it out so it doesn't cause any errors. Let me let Charlie in. Yes? Comment that out so it doesn't cause us any errors. Now the heated bed should all be set up. There's nothing on the tool head boards. I did this before. This is the stuff I'm dreading once I get my 2.4 done. If you just step through it, make sure you have your documentation. Where do you look things up? It's not too bad. Just all it is just telling Clipper what pin on that controller is doing what. Would your IDEX config work for a rat rig? Not the Core XY, but bed slinger. Probably not, because just the core kinematics are different. But I'm not sure on that. I'd have to think about that a little more. ADC temperature. I'm not sure what this is doing. I'm gonna comment this out. That's temperature sensor for the Pi. LEDs. So the stealth burner LED is RGB is GPIO 12. So on head 0, it is GPIO 12. This is a Huvid temp with STM32. Yeah, and I need to figure out what to change that to work on this one. And then NeoPixel LEDs on toolhead 1. We're gonna comment this out. Let's just grab all of this. Oops. Just comment that out. That's just toolhead 1. I already commented out some stuff for displays. And then we get into macros. So, what are the chances I firmware reboot this and we have something that actually shows up? Let's save and restart. And let's see what happens. Oh, we got an error. What's the error? Unknown pin chip name head 1. Where am I? Is that in a macro somewhere? It probably is. Pin chip name head 1. So let's search for head 1 and find one that's still. When you run 2 UTC-3, do you use the onboard USB ports? You shouldn't have to run 2 UTC-3s. You should only need 1 per printer. I always forget something. Let's go, let's find, there's the first one. There's one that's not identified. That one's commented out. Oh, end stop pin. Dual carriage. Where is this? Oh yeah, that's not gonna work. We can for now. We're not gonna run this, but we can comment that out for now. Save and restart. Still getting errors, okay. Could not find the section dual carriage required by the TMC driver. Yeah, that was a no duh. I didn't get the dual carriage TMC here in my comments. Initializing? Oh, Sensor type and section extruder 1 must be specified. Where is extruder 1? I thought I commented that out. So let's search for extruder 1. Next, 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 next. Ah, we've got something there, but why did that? I'm actually curious why that aired out. Maybe just that line there is what's causing it. And then just to cover this stuff, since we're not actually doing anything, let's get rid of this. Okay, save and restart. And the auto-generated, you have to delete it. Sensor type in the auto-generated, I don't know what you mean by in the auto-generated. You have to delete it. Oh, is that because? No. Extra mile performance, thank you. I appreciate the time you put into these streams and helping the community. Awesome, thank you very much. It must be specified. Right now, Clipper not seeing any temp setter sensors for extruder. I do have one extruder defined still. I still have it, because I have the one set up. We come down here, we have extruder right there. And all of this is all head 0. Oh, is that down here? There we are. I have to delete this, huh? I see what you meant by the auto-generated. I can just delete this. That doesn't need to be there. Let's try that. Okay, I get it. Oh, we got something. MCU shutdown, thermocouple reader fault. This is good because I didn't plug in the PT100 yet. This is good. Let's shut this down. Let's shut this down. I got the wrong fan set up, it looks like. I gotta switch those because the part cooling fan is the one that's going crazy right now. So power this off, and I'm gonna grab my bed. Grab my bed here, and I am going to just set this in here. Take my, let's go here. Take my thermistor and just plug it in. We are making it work. Okay, back to here, powering it on. We are powering it on. Yeah, that little tweak when it powers on and off is really irritating. Happy New Year, Jack. Happy New Year. Let's try again. Initializing. Ooh, it sees stuff. Look at this, it sees an MCU and it sees MCU head 0. Oh, something failed. Nope. We're shutting down for why? Why are we shutting down? Thermocouple reader fault once the underlying issue. Okay, so we got something. I've got a configuration issue somewhere. So this is probably in my definitions down here. down in extruder, but yeah, let's go down to extruder. This is why. No, bed. Under heated bed. Heated bed. Yeah, we got sensor type max. That should work. That should work. I may have my, oh, this stuff is all gonna be wrong. The sensor pin is correct, but the SPI stuff, let me figure that out. And also, while we're here, I wanna go up here and flip these fan GPIOs. So this should be 14, and this one should be 13. So now I need to figure out what the SPI pins are for here, because this is all going to be wrong. The S-Clock, MOSI, and MISO pins. Mellow Fly Super 8 pinout. My name is Jeremy. If anyone cares, it's just a channel I went to start for my business. Can I change just my screen name for purposes of the chat so it doesn't seem like I'm spamming my business? I didn't take any of your chats as spamming your business, Extra Mile Performance, Jeremy. But I don't know the real answer to your question. GitHub, Mellow Fly Super 8. Let's see what kind of information is on their GitHub. Pins, SVG. I can't easily look at a pins SVG, but we might be able to get this from the schematic. This is not really... I'm not going to try to get it from the schematic. There's got to be a better spot to... Oops. I'm zoomed in on a lot of these tabs. There we go. Not where we want to be. Leave for bed. See you all. See you, Andres. Well, here is Team Gloomy has some good information. This is RepRap firmware, but it's still the Fly Super 8 general info. Where's the pin diagram? Pin. There we are, pin diagrams. Let's see if we can see it here. They have it identified anywhere here. Here we are. MOSI is PB4. Oh, you can't see that. Let's do that. So here we are. So we found the pin diagram. MOSI is PB4, MISO is PB5, and S-Clock is PB3. So if we go to, and I'm gonna turn chat back on. MOSI is PB4, so we can come back here. MOSI is PB4, and MISO is PB5, B5, and S-Clock is PB3. Okay. So save and restart. Let's see what happens. No, we still have a problem. What's our problem now? Thermocouple reader fault. Thermocouple reader fault. Why? Sensor pin. Yeah, I got that. The sensor pin for 7 is PG5. It was a G, right? It's not a C. Yeah, that's a G, PG5. And if we go to the thing, come back down here to the bed. PG5. I got the sensor pin there. I'm gonna let Charlie in. I'll let Charlie out. Why is that not working? It's plugged in. Is your bed actually plugged in on the other end? Yes, I did that. I plugged in the thing. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Miso sounds really good. Let's see what the log says. Clipper log. Let's open that. Whoa. Bring this over to the other screen. Okay. Power cycle it to force SPI initialization. Oh, is that? Here, while we're looking through the log. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Let's go ahead and reboot. Shut down. I just plugged the thermistor from the bed in. I didn't actually install the bed. See? It's plugged in. It's just leaning there. Like I said, we're trying to wake Clipper up. That's all. Let's power this off. Ooh, I hate that. Okay. Now let me power it on. While it boots back up, let's see. We want to go towards the end, right? Timeout on wait for stepper Y failed to init. Timeout on wait for TMC UART response. That's interesting. If you want to throw the log in Discord, I can look through it. I can do that. Tetsu, can you send me a quick message just so I don't have to go looking? I can just respond, if you don't mind. See you, Mr. K. Yeah, I think I might put a little piece of tape over that little piezo speaker, piezo, whatever, however you say it. We are continuing to have problems. Thermocouple reader fault. Thermocouple reader fault. So a couple of things I'd want to check is make sure that I have the jumpers set up correctly for SPI mode on the stealth burner LEDs work. Let me see. Did you send me a message? Not yet. Oh, maybe that's in the message requests. No. Nope. There we are. There we are. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna upload that file here. Much thanks for checking that out. While you're doing that, I'm gonna make sure that I have the set of flush cutters. So if we go to this this pinout, so let's look at, oops, here. So stepper driver 0 at the power end of the board through driver 7 at the other end. This is where I have the PT100 step stick board plugged in. Driver 7 is PE6, PG6, PG7, and PG5. So if we go over to our printer config and look at driver 7, or the heater bed. PG5 is the sensor pin. That's what we care about. The heater pin is over there. And then the MISO, and Mossy, and S-Clock, and Charlie wants in. Yes. I'm sorry I took so long. See you, DJ Natty. Thanks for being here. We are really close to done. We might have to pick this up next weekend, this troubleshooting. But making sure that it's reporting every single error in the Max 31865 data sheet. So I've got something basically wrong, right? Oh, I thought you were saying you were going to bed. The heated bed section. Yeah. We should. So now the jumper setup for that, is that listed here? Charlie, really? This is what the turd is doing. Can you hear that? Hi, Charlie. Note to self, throw the boxes away. Okay, let's see, where is the general information? I think there was stuff here on, okay, so SPI mode is what we need. We should be following this setup for the for those jumpers. So let's double check that. Let me shut down the printer. I think you might have a bad connection to the PT100, maybe a bad ground connection. Well, I mean, there's two wires, and yeah. Let's double check. You commented out a whole section of SPI. Probably, and I'll double check that, but probably because of old setup, old settings, but boy. Do. Do. Two layers of tape. Let's see what that does. I did solder sections. You don't trust my soldering skills? It's all plugged in. All right, let's check. Let's do this so you're not staring at me. There we go. That should be the setup. It doesn't smell, so we should have the jumpers all in. It should be all the jumpers in the lower position, and they are. I'd seriously like to thank you. I consider CAN bus to be advantageous. I was going to use it on an upcoming build. Till now? Why? This isn't a CAN bus problem. This has zero to do with CAN bus. check wire continuity from JST plug to Molex plug. Well, I should be able to check the resistance of this, right? The resistance across that right now. Shouldn't it be about, I mean, some measurable value? I'm measuring 109 ohms, so I've got continuity. Is the pinout set to PB5 or P85? Oh, well, that's a good thing to check. But I'm measuring 109 ohms across that PT100 resistor right now. So I've got, wiring is okay. It's measuring about 109. So let's plug back in. Let's power it back up and see how, if my tape fixed that. Yeah, that was better. The power off one is louder. Because it's showing VREF errors, I think it's more likely an issue on the MCU Max 31865 connection, either power or SPI. Because on the PT100 side, you only see over/under voltage errors. That makes sense. Don't tell me I need to replace this heater. I have a couple other step sticks too I can try. Yeah. Let's see where we are at. Try again. Heater bed is showing 0, so it's about to fail again on boot up. But things are working except for that. So let's look at our printer config and make sure I don't have a big old typo somewhere. So under heater bed, PG5. Yep, that's a G. Max 31865. Okay. Aside from the bed, we have made huge progress here. Aside from the bed, things are working. We're reading stuff from a CAN tool headboard. We need to do the second one, which will be a quick process now that we've done one. I need to finish routing wires, and then we're on to homing. We're at 5 hours right now, so I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna try to do some troubleshooting on why this isn't reading, but the configuration is all correct. We just have something else going on. I will report back on what we do, on what fixes it, if I can fix it. But for now, we're going to call that a good amount of progress for a stream. Not as far as I wanted to get. I really wanted to home the thing today. But I think that's good. It's still possible we may be able to do this in one more stream, but that might be a little optimistic. It might be two more streams. So, yeah, this is good. Thanks to everyone who stuck around. We still have almost 300 people in here, so all the way through 5 hours. Next week, we will be continuing on this, hopefully buttoning things up, putting the skirts on, putting the screen on, actually putting the bed into place, and at least the rear panel on. Hey, Beartastic, good night. Good night, Shawdell. After this, we'll be getting into Charlie. Let's bring you over here so you're not making a bunch of noise and people can see you. After this, we'll be getting into Micron and then on to the 0G Mercury 1.1. So, and somewhere in there, there's a few other things that are going on that I'm excited about. So for that, I hope everybody had a good and safe New Year's, had a good holiday. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for everybody who became new members, whether reoccurring or as a gift, and everybody that gifted memberships. Thanks, Eddie. This has been fun. We're getting close to the end here. We will see everyone next week. So have a good rest of your weekend. I will see you soon. Have a good one. Bye.